of the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a hall of fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me.
Made the ground shake, made the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Made the sound wave, made the sound wave. Hall of Fame, theme music, man, we don't play. Made the ground shake, made the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Made the sound wave, made the sound wave. Hall of Fame, theme music, man, we don't play.
This is excellence personified. Tell coach put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.
Made the ground shake, made the ground shake. Made the ground shake, made the ground shake.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just playing the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. Waters start to rise. Is it truth or lies? Break the ties that bind. Find the fire inside. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just playing the game? We're playing with fire. Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour, can't be tamed. I got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour, every tamed.
Got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray. When they see the gray. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite.
I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat.
Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite.
start to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
BFX 파이팅! KRX 파이팅! KT 월터 파이팅! KT 8연승 가자!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We're back here and it's Friday. BNK KRX up against KT Rolster is our first match of the night. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox. How are you feeling today, Ox?
Pretty good. I'm unsure what we're going to get today in our matches. I think it seems on paper pretty one-sided, but you had some other premonitions about the outcomes of the matches.
Well, of course, my boy Daystar is playing today, so obviously he's got to, get a win against KT and make this a 3-gamer. I did have my 4-gamer streak broken on Wednesday, which was pretty unfortunate, but also welcome because, more action, more interesting matches. Also was a good one that went the distance between HLE and Nongshim. But, yeah, today, on paper, KT should win this almost all of the time with how they're playing and how all their lanes are doing. But BNK, they're better than 2-4, I would say. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do get an upset win at some point in this series.
I think for a lot of teams, their record doesn't necessarily sell their strength. Teams may have had a rough start and then started to pick up some momentum, or maybe had a good start and gone the other direction. That being said, KT have been so far ahead of every other team so far that this is still a really uphill battle. So we'll see what they're able to do. We saw Aiming pulling out the Sivir Yumi combo, which I'm gonna be honest, I didn't miss it, but he had a great performance on it, showing what Aiming can do with the resources all put into him, which we've always known. I feel like a player who gets the resources and puts them to work, and Effort was happy just to play the cat and got 100 out of 100 rating from his AD carry. That's
that's a pretty interesting rating scale as well. As BDD, a key piece of KT's undefeated run, and it's been 355 days since these two first went head-to-head. And Daystar debuted against BDD, not the easiest opponent. And from what I remember, it didn't go all too hot. But let's take a look at the flashback. And this is how we introduced him. And just witnessing some of the plays from that first match of Daystar against BDD.
Yeah.
Well, I remember this match, yeah.
It was a while ago. I don't fully remember, I'll be honest. But obviously, with Daystar being in it, it's at the forefront of your mind.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at him TPing in here. Perfect play, honestly. Not a single mistake.
That was pretty clean.
Yeah. He's always been good at Akali.
I think being KRX, definitely not the team. I mean, honestly, if you think about their position in the standings now, they were kind of similar at this point to where they are now. They obviously had that upswing during LCK Cup, where they were one of our top teams. But it's kind of like the working towards the top was where they were in 2025, and they've kind of regressed back to that point. So the team who are looking for upsets, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, they definitely are, and you can see that Daystar actually did play pretty well in that series against what I had remembered. Generally, a lot of our debutees, when they come in, they kind of just get wrecked right at the beginning, unless there's someone who's like a big-time prodigy that's coming up from challengers very early, someone like a Zeus or something like that. As here we go, we're jumping on to the stage with these two teams. And KT, so far, matching that 7-game win streak. Also, the longest they've had from the beginning of a season. The longest streak they've had to start a season at 7 wins. But they're looking to extend that here tonight, as they should be the big favorites.
Yeah, I think, honestly, when it comes to big win streaks, a lot of our records have kind of been claimed to a ridiculous extent by Gen G. But like 7 wins in a row is very impressive, and to the fact that they have opportunity to keep going further against such strong competition. Being KRX, not the toughest team that they're going to have to face down and maintain that win streak that they have, but we'll see what they can do. Obviously, changing the mid lane position, I think going up against KT last year, it was the same. This year, it's the same. Your mid lane is always tested. It's always such a big ask, but I think also top lane now into Perfect is going to be a challenge. I think Claire has had some decent moments so far, but I think Perfect has just been on another level. Leading in solo kills so far. At least he was last time I checked, but it's just been running amok in this league.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the likes of, Gen G and T1 not exactly hitting the highest highs, and so, Keen and Doran, respectively, for those teams, not necessarily putting up the big highlights. KT's winning a lot. Perfect is a big part of that engine that is getting them wins. And it really just feels like everybody's firing on all cylinders. The addition of effort has really made their play super clean, especially macro-wise. They make a lot fewer mistakes is what I can realize, or remember, compared to what we saw last year out of this team. And that's really just upped their game across the board.
Yeah, I mean, they look so different to when they win the LCK Cup, where they were trying to figure out their issues, trying to figure out which support to play. And it's very clear that effort has made a massive difference, but also the team has kind of figured out what they want to be doing as well. And I think, for me, jungle support is kind of the engine for a lot of teams. It's what sets up the plays, gets things going. Having good jungle support, synergy is so important, and you can see when that kind of falls apart for teams. Effort and Cuz are just on the same page, and it's really been working well. So
yeah,
I think Raptor and Kellen, when BKFX have been at their best, have been two of the shining points of this lineup. But well, obviously Diablo has been like the main star, but I think otherwise those two have been big feature points. But I think they have that work cut out for them today.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Starting at 2 and 4 is not what we expected out of KRX after what they did in LCK Cup, making it all the way to the finals. And I mean, they said something interesting in some of their interviews where it's like, we know KT is a really strong team, but we feel like we could win any match, but also lose any match. So it's like, we have the confidence that we have the high highs, but also we're aware of our low lows at the moment. So not really finding a lot of consistency. We got to see what kind of dice roll we get out of KRX today, as they went ahead and picked the blue side. And KT did go ahead and select first pick for this first draft.
Seen a lot of teams kind of varying. Some are still holding on to the first pick, which obviously the LCK Cup, it was just all first pick when you had the choice. But a lot more second pickers now when they have the option. So see how that goes. Ezreal, the first ban from KT. Obviously a pick that Diablo can pop off on, but also quite a safe, stable pick. Does kind of move up the priority on picks like Jarvan, which we know Cuz is very good on. But they banned the Jarvan themselves, so
yeah,
not necessarily going to pick that. One thing is that with Ezreal, Jarvan being 2 of the bans already, there's a lot of OPs that are going to get through. You know, there's still Rumble, there's still Karma, Pantheon that are on the cards, and we only have 2 bans left. So
yeah,
that first pick from KT is going to be big. The thing is, what can KRX get in return?
There's also Bard that's always floating around. I don't really think these 2 supports are the first couple that I think of for that pick, but he's been very powerful nowadays, and a lot of people are picking Bard up and getting better at him. Even Delight had an excellent game on him recently. So it could be something that I don't think will be banned, but could be picked as Pantheon is taken away.
I think it's hard to ban Karma or Rumble. I think Karma's one you may be more worried about, but you know, if you ban one, they get the other. So maybe they go in a different direction and trade them. If they ban the Rumble, this is most likely just going to be a first pick Karma then for KT. And immediately, you know, the strong point for KRX for the longest time has been that bot lane 2v2. Now you're playing into Karma, which immediately puts you on the back foot. At least it can't be Karma Ezreal, so there's something for that. But how are you going to match the firepower this pick offers in lane? And Karma did get some slight nerfs in this patch, but it was like a base AD at 80 scaling, a shielding mana. It really doesn't change what makes her so strong very much in the laning phase. Now, KRX will grab Caitlyn and Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao definitely the highest prio jungle left available. This kind of denies the Caitlyn Karma from coming through. It'll be interesting to see what they end up pairing it with, because obviously there's the Nico, the Lux, which are options you can go for. Jhin Karma, really strong. I think with Ezreal gone, it's probably the pairing you lean on most.
I'm interested to see what kind of support we get here for Kellen. Thinking we saw Yuumi, we saw Bard. Just talking about the Bard. He wants something that can actually help Caitlyn get through this lane. Caitlyn herself, with her range, will do all right, but they are going to go for the Bard.
I feel like KT have a big advantage already here, because the Caitlyn, you know, Bard's a range champion who has a bit of sustain, right? So he's not going to get completely bowled over compared to picking, like, I don't know, an Alistar here, which we just get annihilated. But he's also not going to make you win the lane. And if you're playing Caitlyn and you're just gradually losing the lane, or heavily losing it if you end up misplaying, then you're not really getting the most value out of Caitlyn. Like, I don't think Diablo's going to get much opportunity to be hitting plates. And you also have Xin Zhao and a Trundle, so if you go bot lane a gank and Trundle shows up, you're in for a terrible time.
Yeah, and Cuz is a big Trundle enjoyer. We don't have a lot of Trundle nowadays, but it was oftentimes picked against Xin Zhao in the past. And even nowadays, I think we saw that matchup recently as well. So definitely going to be big comfort for Cuz, and he's been excellent nowadays as Annie. A lot of mid focus. I wonder where Ryze falls on this list, if either side wants to take that away.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the bans coming in, it's like there's not that much Ryze prio anymore with the counters we've seen to him, and we haven't seen any of those counters kind of banned out. I think Ryze is still individually a really strong pick, but, you know, we've seen the Anivia do a pretty good job of shutting him down. We know the Cassiopeia in the right hands can do it as well. So maybe if you end up leaving mid till later, but I mean, I feel like it would have to be KRX blinding top, which I'm not sure they're going to do. I think Aurora's probably one of the mid laners that's still pretty strong and available. Gnar gets banned, so Renekton prio definitely moves up as a result of that.
There's an excellent Renekton player. He's 3-0 on the pick nowadays.
Don't fall for the bait, though. Don't fall. They want you to pick Renekton right now. Be like, oh, Gnar's banned. We can just Renekton. And you know, no. Perfect's gonna pick like Vayne or something. They wanted this.
They fell for the bait. Oh
no. Okay, they're looking at the Ryze potentially. I mean, BDD's Ryze has been fantastic. Even playing it into things like the Orianna and being really solid in lane, winning that matchup. We'll see if Daystar's willing to bring out the picks to handle it. But now, I mean, I fully expect Perfect to bring out something like Vayne. Based on what we've seen from him so far, and Clay's just not going to have a fun time. So... Oh, this is a surprise if he actually just goes for Cassante. In which case, Clear is completely fine.
Yeah, I feel like that's a bit strange for Perfect, but they're still going to go with it. Maybe they say, we want this for our composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is more akin to what we'd expect from Perfect last year. Obviously, into this composition, you know, there's a lot of AD already. You're very bulky as the Cassante. That being said, the Anivia does come through from Daystar, so picking that up to sort of deal with the Rise. The wall also causes a good amount of issues for Trundle, you know, him having to run all the way around it. But I think overall, KT pretty happy with what they got in terms of composition. I'd say the Anivia into Rise is kind of where KRX have their edge. But like the bot lane 2v2 is great for KT. Top lane, I mean, it's just mostly going to be a farm fest. Renekton, if players playing it well, should have prio. Could have some pressure, but like the jungle matchup's good for KT. It's mostly only the mid lane, and if BDD plays it well and just, you know, finds opportunities to move, it's completely fine. But yeah, I am a little surprised that Perfect didn't just slam the Vayne. That's kind of what we've seen from him so far in this regular season.
Yeah, especially with an AD carry like Jhin, who, you know, he's been putting up bigger numbers nowadays, but you could have done pretty well, I'd say, with like a 3-threat comp with Rise, Jhin, and Vayne. But instead, it seems like they really just wanted some extra frontline. I mean, Trundle, with his Subjugate, obviously can get pretty tanky, but maybe they say we need a little bit more. As I'm very interested to see Daystar here on the Anivia, to see how he does do into the Rise. Chovy said that Anivia wins 9 out of 10 times into Rise in the 1v1, but maybe we'll get some help from our junglers as we hop on the rift for game 1. Alrighty, game number 1, and I hope that B and KRX have a good strategy here to deal with KT. It feels like, you know, whoever's on top, every team knows that they're in for a challenge, so they prep extra hard to try to figure them out and find some weaknesses, but nobody's been able to beat them yet.
So interesting we see the cleanse from aiming. I mean, there obviously is things you can cleanse this game, right? The Renekton, the Anivia, the Bard in lane specifically. But this doesn't feel like a high cleanse priority game, if I'm being honest. It's obviously, I have no doubt at some point in the game it will save him, but it does weaken your lane a bit, and I wonder if this is a factor in them saying, look, our lane is so strong, we don't even need barrier to come out ahead in the 2v2. So far, Effort's getting some damage down. But I mean, Devil's gotten a couple of good Peacemakers back in return, a stun from Kellen. Some okay trades back.
But you're not going to get level 2 against a Jhin. I mean, they're trying. Looks like they're about to hit it at the same time, actually, so good job there. And especially because Effort was kind of pushing to the alcove, maybe they didn't hit the minions all together and get it. Still going to respect it. Diablo and Kellen backing away. But we do have Raptor still on the bottom side of the map. Looks like he's backing, though, after a full bot side clear. So no early level 3 ganks this game.
Yeah, I think, honestly, if aiming an Effort fast push to get level 2 really quickly, the wave would be in a spot where they're vulnerable to a gank, especially with a Bard. So I think them playing it slower and not crushing the wave immediately actually puts them in a much safer position, because I think if they were pushed up to this position where they are now, I think Raptor would have just got portaled in and they would have just killed them. We've seen so many level 3 ganks, especially towards the bot lane, and this is definitely a lane you want to disrupt if you can this early. So I think aiming an Effort playing that well to avoid that potential gank.
Yeah. You know, it's a lot of little things that sometimes leads to a team's success, and if they really did take cleanse because, you know, they don't necessarily need that strength, and although also they're playing with like the wave state in that manner, you know, that really proves that they have considered pretty much everything at this point in time. And maybe Raptor was going to look for the gank, but he just backed instead because they didn't have an opportunity. As this is Daystar's first game of Anivia this season, and so far he's not putting on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, just clearly doing pretty well in the 1v1 matchup. BDD managed to get a reset, get tier, and boots. Boots a lot of value in the Anivia matchup. So far, bot lane is doing okay, but not winning, you know, for BNK KRX, which is kind of how we expected it to pan out. But I think some early trades did go well. The concern is, as Karma gets more points in her queue, and once Jin gets to reset and get some items, it's a little bit trickier.
Yeah, definitely can be. We've seen Chovy, especially on the Anivia against Ryze, do a really good job of just essentially abusing the fact that Ryze doesn't have any kind of dash or anything like that. You just put the wall behind with your ult, you get some help from your jungler, and if he doesn't have flash, he's kind of just dead. But Anivia also has to be careful. I mean, Trundle can be very nasty in some of the ganks with his pillar, especially with the help of Ryze.
Yeah, Trundle also has a lot of DPS. Like, if you get onto the egg, because some junglers, even if you get the egg, it's like kind of hard to kill them. But Trundle, if you have your W down and you get the egg, you can just chomp through it pretty quickly. So definitely something to respect. If you're overextended, you will just die. BDD trading very well in this matchup. And this is kind of the thing. I feel like sometimes, you know, there's how the matchup should go, and then there's how BDD makes it go.
Yeah.
And those are two completely different things. They start struggling a bit. He obviously has the second health bar that the egg provides, but you ideally want to be trading your first health bar for their health bar, and then you have the egg as a backup, so you're ahead. Not just losing the trade completely and like, oh no, I need egg just to stay in lane. That's not really how you want the matchup to go. And with level 6 being hit by BDD, him already having the lane in such a good spot now really unlocks him, unleashes him. I honestly wonder if you just don't proc egg as BDD until Daystar overextends, so you can potentially set up a gank. Because if you proc the egg, he'll just heal to full, right?
Yeah. Well, at least Daystar hits level 6 here, which is going to help him push and probably get it back in, I would imagine. As, he really is playing on a knife's edge, but he does get to back on a pretty good wave.
Yeah, the egg, you know. He was okay. We've seen more dangerous situations.
Yeah.
Okay, we do see Raptor moving up to pick up the Scuttle Crab. Cuz an effort coming to contest, though. This is a great skirmish for KT.
Raptors? Oh, it's going to get smited away by Cuz. As now they're going to follow, and yeah, Raptor in a lot of trouble here. Even some help from the Jin, a zoning Deadly Flourish that Raptor just says, well, I'm dead, so I can't really do anything. First blood will go over to Cuz on the Trundle.
I think it's funny that Cuz went to the Raptors and then was like, actually, I'm Trundle. I hate doing Raptors. I was like, you know what? It's not even worth it. But it's a great pickup from KT. And I think specifically, you know, we talked a lot about the bot 2v2, but the jungle support matchup of Trundle Karma into Bard Xin Zhao is so favored for KT. The fact that BDD here as well, and aiming was moving to set up the route, even though it didn't connect, it just guaranteed the victory. But if Trundle is sped up and running at your Xin Zhao, it is just so hard for BNK KRX to fight that one out.
Also notably, well, we got another aggressive trade here. Daystar's really struggling in this matchup, already down about 500 gold, especially with the assist that went to BDD. But Raptor, I think he was trying to look for level 6 on that Scuttle Crab. I think he had enough XP based on where we saw the bar. So if he hits it, he gets Crescent Guard, maybe he survives, but it just kind of felt like he was sticking around for too long, desperately trying to pick it up, and had to flash towards the magical journey just to get followed on it.
So. In fact, he flashed for the portal, and no one on KT used a flash. So the fact that they got that kill and his summoner and didn't have to commit any of their own, he was just very dead.
Yeah. So it kind of leaves you in an awkward position where Daystar's already struggling, and Raptor now is Xin Zhao, who's behind without flash, who already had a hard matchup into the enemy jungler. So I don't feel like BDD is going to be pressured much at all in this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, we've seen F against some deep vision down, potentially setting up for like a move from KT to pressure bot. We've seen Kellen and Diablo doing pretty good in this bot lane 2v2. I thought it would be... Again, I didn't think they'd get crushed, because I think Caitlyn Bard can hold up, but I thought they would end up a bit further behind than they currently are. So doing okay in these trades.
Kellen,
even in plates as well.
He kind of just like walked up to effort and took a bunch of damage.
Yeah, I think he heard what I was saying. I was like, oh yeah, I am doing okay. And then no
We
longer
can
doing
fight
okay.
them. No.
No.
You can't. As yeah, we've seen a lot of Anivia into Rise, and a lot of it has been Chovy into, you know, X mid laner, and it's looked really good. This matchup has not looked good at all for Daystars. Now, Raptors in a lot of trouble. The Crescent Guard, these two really do not care about it, especially they're trying to look at that damage. That was insane. Over the wall, too, with the extension with his chomp. Just does not care at all. And Raptors just getting bullied so hard, and now the bottom lane. Diablo, no, he is going to flash away, but Kellen will not be as lucky. And says Cuz as he picks up his 3rd kill on Trundle.
Just walks up and chomps down on Kellen. I mean, the vision was already set up so well by Effort prior to this. You can see this red side jungle from BNK KRX is just lit up like a Christmas tree. So when Raptor moves into his jungle here, there's full information for KT. BDD's moving, Effort could have moved if he needed to, didn't need to. Notice that Cuz just outside the Crescent Guard, so he doesn't get knocked back here. And then that chomp on the lowered resistances does so much damage. It's insane. This happened in the bot lane, so unfortunately Kellen didn't have his ult at the start of the Jhin ult, so he ults and it doesn't really achieve much of anything.
Yeah.
And then they're trying to disengage. Diablo, nice net into flash to get out, but Kellen is just so dead here.
Yeah, it's a big problem. We already have Trinity Force for Cuz, and it's not every day that you see a Trundle really run rampant on the Rift. Oftentimes, he just kind of sits back, you know, mats his farm, you know, he's there with the other jungler when the other jungler shows up, and eventually becomes kind of a pillar bot and subjugate bot, but this is a different kind of Trundle.
We're so used to like the utility role of Trundle, but when Trundle gets fed and gets ahead, especially into a comp that like has things like Xin Zhao and Renekton who kind of need to dive in, he just mangles them. It's so unfun. I will say in the 5v5, playing into a Anivia Caitlyn can be a bit more uncomfortable for the Trundle, but if they just keep playing around these skirmishes until they're really far ahead, then AT are absolutely chilling.
And we have Perfect very far up in this lane, just proxying, putting on a lot of pressure. He doesn't have his TP, so maybe he wanted to hit the wave quickly and then back and perhaps group bot, depending on how that looks. Otherwise, he can run top, but Clear does have TP advantage at the moment.
Yeah, we have the Hextech into Chemtech dragons, so the no-tech souls,
yeah.
You know. I was just fishing around here, trying to get control of the vision.
And you can see that KRX, they're kind of posturing, but at the end of the day, if this ends up being a 3v3, I don't see KRX winning it by any stretch of the imagination, as they're going to ult in a trap on a Cuz, but the Subjugate is already out. He basically took negative damage there. So, yeah. I mean, at least they got his ult, but that's about it. And meanwhile, this 1v1, Daystar is just getting wrecked.
Daystar is getting pressured so hard in this matchup, and now I think KT feeling confident they can set up for the dragon. Oh, Diablo's in trouble.
Yeah, he doesn't have flash. You remember he used it on the bottom side against the Trundle, as now the tether comes in, but Raptor is here first, and the Magical Journey also available, but they have to know that Cuz is coming down, and so essentially Raptor shows up to just save them. BDD also hanging around. Yeah, very spooky.
Aiming not the best aim there, funnily enough. But
well, he was aiming, but then he missed.
Yeah. You know, there's another player in all these sports called missing. So, but still got some good damage down, and enough to force BNK KRX away, and they will be able to pick up the dragon. Oh, Effort is just, you know, I think peak support play is frustrating for the enemy team.
Yeah.
I think honestly, when supports are doing their best work, it's irritating to be against them, and that's really what Effort has achieved so far this game. Just so often he's like behind the tower, he's harassing them, stopping recalls, just being a nuisance. So, you know, keep going is what I'm saying.
Yeah. He's definitely doing his job. You mentioned, you know, some of the nerfs that Karma got seemed like a very light tap to this champion. I mean, Karma's always been a problem just because her kit can be so obnoxious. Even in other roles, we've seen it in top, we've seen it in mid, obviously support.
she's just in support right now. She's so versatile because her laning is extremely good. She's good in skirmishes because, right, she gets so much power from the ultimate, the big shields. And then she doesn't scale as well as like a Lulu, for example, in terms of what it offers to AD carry. But like the AoE shielding is massive. It can give a ton of value. Like, she's not a Seraphine Lulu, but she just kind of ticks the box of kind of jack of all trades.
Yeah.
But honestly, her laning is so good that it's not even that. It's kind of master of laning.
Yeah. And they're going to go in on Effort, who is in a little bit of trouble, but he just flashes away. Now clear very far ahead of the team, as we are going to have the Temper Fate to try to help him out. TPs are coming in, as Cuz in a bit of trouble as well. But Raptor goes very aggressive to take him out, and he will be able to do at least that. But it's a trade back here for KT is now perfect. Finds Diablo, forces the flash, as he just got that one up, as BDD goes over and picks up the kill. So a 2-for-1 in favor of KT.
Yeah, get the shutdown on a Cuz. So I think Raptor going that deep, you know, that specifically paid off. But the problem is into Jhin, it's just so hard to disengage. Perfect in the backline was such an issue they couldn't immediately deal with. Just don't have the damage to cut through him. A-Star still struggling in this matchup.
Yeah, especially down some gold already.
When you just look at the minimap, look at the area which KT was playing around, and like just the sheer saturation of wards. Effort is just lighting up everywhere they want to play. They just have full vision in the vicinity. Now, Effort does get engaged initially here, which isn't ideal position for Karma to be in. The Tempered Fate sets up a trap, which chunks out Cuz, and Raptor commits. He's like, I'm going to get this kill. The problem is, after the fact, you have Perfect TPing in, you have the Jhin coming down. If everyone could have just stopped the fight after that first trade of kills, KRX would have been happy, but that's just never going to happen against a Jhin with the Cassante TPing in. Now, BDD is going for a flank here.
Yeah, this is a 5v5. Raptor's already taking a lot of damage, and Perfect's tanking up everything on the right side. Daystar very much isolated from the rest of the squad, though, and should go down to the egg here. Although, he is able to actually get away for now.
Yeah, the wave, they can push it in. Oh, the snipe comes through, and Cuz is there with the damage.
Very sad for my boy Daystar. Not very fun situation for him, but kind of surprised that KRX started up that Herald in the first place.
He did. I mean, it's not great, right? They lose top tower, he goes down, but him surviving the initial attempt from BDD at least buys some time for Diablo to get some plates mid. They're still very far behind, though, at this point. Do you see Raptor just in the vicinity of Herald? As you said, though, I think it was odd, them starting it up. They are at a pretty solid deficit. It's Mountain Soul, which with this KT composition, I think is just going to be so hard to punch through.
Yeah.
I mean, you already have Diablo's on Stormrazor, and that's it.
And he didn't even have Flash. You know, like, some of these extra things, it's almost like they tried to sneak it or something.
Yeah.
And KT were like, what? No? Raptor says...
Run it back.
Yeah. Second time's the charm.
But the thing is, as this is happening, so once again, look at Effort, right? Effort is just getting complete vision control over the bot side of the map. And you can see that obviously KRX have done the same on the top side. But it does mean in 30 seconds when this dragon comes up, KRX have to rush and try and contest this bot side vision. It looks like they're going to try and move through the mid prio to get this. Aiming will back away and respect this attempt. Effort's resetting for wards. But if KRX don't get this dragon, they're in such a dire position. Herald's going to come down. And they should be able to pick up the tower.
There's a lot of aggression here in mid from KRX that's just not really being answered by KT. They're just kind of leaving BDD bot. And BDD does not have TP as he is Rise and took Ghost. A second charge here on the Rift Herald, and a decent amount of work put in here by KRX in the mid lane. We'll see if they can actually set up something on the Dragon, but everything you said is true because they have so much work to try to push through all this vision right now.
Yeah, I think, you know, the push in mid went well, but notice how they're retreating to the top side of the map. BFX is TPing out. You know, stun got used, and he's like, okay, I'm not dying to you. But you see the issue. So they pushed through mid aggressively. They got value from the Herald Shear, but then they didn't feel comfortable rotating through the bot side of the map because they didn't have vision there. They didn't clear out the vision, they didn't push in. And this third dragon is just going over to KT. And if you get a Mountain Soul with this KT composition, like, how is Diablo ever killing this Cassante? And then you add a Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
It's just, he's going LDR second, which, you know, warranted. But I don't think that's going to resolve all your issues.
Yeah,
fortunately.
I think this Caitlyn's going to need at least 3 items. I would say 4.
Yeah.
To start really pumping the damage. I mean, Daystar is 2,000 gold behind. Diablo himself is pretty far behind on top of, you know, all the extra gold that Aiming has picked up from the 2 kills and the assists.
And maybe, you know, we talked a lot in draft about Perfect going for the Xante, not going for the Vayne, which we kind of expected. Maybe this is the reasoning, right? He is now just an absolute beefcake in this game, and he's such a problem for being KRX to deal with. He also has a lot of CC set up, which he didn't really have before, so Aiming can just sit back and ult and not really be threatened. 3,600 gold lead, pretty significant at this point. And being KRX need to find a way pretty soon. You have, you know, almost 4 minutes, just under, to find a way back into this game. Because I think if the soul goes over, your chances of winning just plummet.
Yeah, for now, just going to play it slowly, farm it out. Even the fact that they were able to get the Rift Herald was surprising to me, so a small win there, but the trade was not feeling too great. And yeah, I mean, 3.5 minutes. Diablo, at least he's posted up in mid as trying to set something up on an Aiming, but he is very fast here on the Jhin.
Yeah, nice from Effort to speed him up with both the shield and the heal.
Yeah.
I think it's still an okay attempt from Kellen. You know, if you'd gotten a flash or something there, it would have been great, but the problem is, every time you go for an attempt like that and it doesn't result in the play, the time is ticking, is what I'm trying to say, towards that next dragon. Now, Cuz is chunked out.
He's taking a lot of damage. He is going to have to throw out the Subjugate just to make sure he doesn't die.
You know, being KRX are fishing and burning resources, they're trying to find angles. It's the right move to make. Oh, Effort's in trouble.
Yeah, he's already slowed up. The flash angle here from Kellen is excellent. They do take out Effort in the mid lane. And it's a nice little catch to get them a little bit closer in gold.
Yeah, well played by Kellen. You need to pre-flash that as Effort. He waited, and then as soon as the Q has hit you, even if you flash afterwards, the tether connects the terrain. So, you know, Effort was just already dead when he flashed there. And it's a great play from Kellen.
Hide on push, and it's not Faker, it's BDD. And he goes down to Egg. BDD, very tanky here. He is going to try to burst down this Egg as much as possible. One more rotation should get it, but it's not quite enough. Yeah, the heal comes through, and BDD forced a flash.
That was so close there, actually. I think Kellen did save him with the heal there. Down to the wire, honestly. I wonder if he also had Echoes of Hellier stacks built up to make the heal even bigger.
Yeah.
But BDD, I mean, at this point of the game, you obviously have a lot more damage as Rise. You can just kind of burn through the Egg in time, but there just didn't quite have enough with the healing that came through from the Bard. And also Daystar now has a Seraphs to give him a bit of extra defensive. This is still not how you want this mid lane matchup to be going for being KRX.
Raptor's in a pretty rough spot here, although that's a big ult coming in from Kellen. Might save the play. Cuz is already dead. Effort runs onto a trap, nearly dies himself, but now Perfect here as they will take down Raptor, and now it's getting a bit messy. Perfect in the front line and Aiming behind him, doing a pretty good job. But Daystar and Diablo still alive and chunking out this Cassante eventually, as the tank's just a little bit too scary and both teams back off.
Yeah, struggling to cut through that Renekton a little bit. I think the fact that Cuz went down so quickly, didn't even end up using his ultimate, kind of just flopped. You know, losing Cuz and also the threat he kind of has for picks like Renekton, pretty big blow. I guess it was that stun on the wall. The wall placed by Daystar into the stun just caught him off guard. He didn't think there was anything that was going to CC him, so he'd be able to ult in time. And so as a result, he just kind of got exploded. Clear, very strong at this point on the Renekton. You know, he is ahead lane, but also just this is prime Renekton time, so they can't really cut through him quick enough. You kind of need the Trundle there to hold him accountable.
Yeah.
So that was good from BKFRX. You know, the gold lead a little bit closer. Some summoners burnt. Well, the cleanse from Aiming mostly, to be honest. But Dragon is now up. And once again, it's KT with control. The warding isn't as deep as we've seen before.
Yeah.
Isn't as saturated in the enemy jungle. They are trying to claim control of this banana brush. You can see, though, this flank from Clear.
Yeah, it's really the main issue. Aiming also in an awkward spot up there, trying to just get a good Jin angle, but it looks like they have spotted clear, and so they're going to respect it. They back away. They push him away from the objective. Perfect tanks it up. Cuz is in the pit. Might just come down to a bit of a flip here as it does go the way of Raptor. And that's going to be pretty huge. They're stacked up for a ton of damage. Subjugate does come out, keeps Cuz alive. Perfect is also surviving basically forever, but now Clear has the angle on the right side, and aiming is getting pretty low. Might have to back away from this one. KRX, they get the Drake, and they get a pretty good fight. Looks like they're looking for a little bit more, but everybody's scattering, and they should be able to get away here, as now we have an ult coming out from aiming. Oh, meanwhile, Effort just kind of
died to the turret.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Did he not have the shield cooldown? Or, I mean, maybe he just took 2 hits? I think you can walk between and only take 1 hit there.
Yeah.
I think if you're like small enough size, you can actually just slide through, but it's really hard. But anyway, this was great from KRX. The double tempered fate into just melting the front line, and aiming's trying to find an angle to hit. He's kind of walking through the glacial storm. It's really awkward. BDD, he just realm walks behind for the flank. And he kills Kellen, but you know, Kellen's done his job already. I think this was good setup from KRX, using the Anivia well, and KT just not really finding a route in, and that front line just honestly getting massacred. And when you look at the itemization, other than the Merc treads, there's just no magic resist on this front line. You know, it's perfect going Thornmail Randuin's Chain Vest. He gets shredded by this Anivia. You get trapped in the glacial storm, and you just get melted. And I think that really was a bit of a core issue there. I think they need some more magic resist on this front line.
Yeah.
Maybe just kind of saw how the mid lane matchup was going and was like, hey, we don't need magic resist, you know.
Yeah, also it feels like in these mid-game fights, this Renekton is just getting a lot more value compared to the Cassante. We saw the level lead that Clear has. Now he's level 16. And Perfect, you know, he's tanking. He's doing a good job, you know, as a player, but as the champion Cassante at this point in time, he is still getting shredded. And as this comes along and Caitlyn picks up more and more items, you know, even if you do have a lot of armor, the Anivia is going to get you, and eventually Diablo will as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Aiming has the IE now. He's in a good spot. Kind of needs his pen item as well to really kind of hit critical mass. But Diablo's picked up IE. You know, Stormrazor, LDR, IE. This Caitlyn is going to be online now, going to actually be doing more significant damage. 4 items, I think, is when really it's going to hit like a truck, but you've kind of passed over the trough we normally see with Caitlyn. And that LDR is going to come in very handy into both Perfect and Cuz.
You can see these two going at it. Perfect still pretty far away from level 16, so it's a pretty large gap in terms of the XP difference between these two. Perfect will be okay against the Renekton because he has like 8,000 armor. Well, 310, but that's still a very still a very large number into the Renekton and into the Caitlyn. Obviously, we have BDD heading down bot, but
BDD now has Actualizer, so he is very strong.
Yeah.
On the back of that.
Meanwhile, Daystar himself not going for the Actualizer, actually picking up the Blighted Jewel. Is now looking for Diablo, or at least looking to pressure mid. They're gonna have the curtains open. Diablo kind of in an awkward spot, but I think he's safe.
Yeah, Temporary Fate comes down just to stop the Jhin. Oh, some heavy fighting going down here.
I mean, Perfect's down 2 levels, and I said, you know, he should be safe against these two that are doing damage to him, but he is so deep in the enemy jungle that eventually you will just die, and that is exactly what happens with the help of KRX. The rest of the team does come over.
You know, that's the thing with Renekton. You have a lot of armor shred with the Black Cleaver. If you have the empowered Slice and Dice that has armor shred too. But also, like, your ult does a lot of magic damage, like a lot. We've talked extensively, like a level 17 Renekton, your ult does so much taking magic damage. I think Perfect just overstepping quite a lot there, gets caught out, and you're starting to feel the game really slipping away from KT. You know, we talked about the importance of their soul, but unless they secure it, the Dragons don't mean that much. He's so deep. And I think he was just kind of like, hey, I'm Cassante, I can always just drag someone over the wall to get away. Well, you know, they have a Bard who can just follow you over the wall.
Yeah.
That is a very easy thing for them to do.
Bard does a much better job of that. So now we do have this Mountain Drake coming up here. KT still looking for the Mountain Soul, but there has been so much time given over to KRX to catch up and even take the gold lead, for Caitlyn to get through the trough, for Daystar even after a weak early game to eventually be a champion now with 3 items at this point, I would imagine. KT do have control of the bush for now.
Yeah, you can see the vision's not amazing from either side, really. But they're trying to control, once again, this banana brush with those control wards. Clear's moving up here. And it's KRX who are pushing KT out right now.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job. You see Raptor was able to get in the banana brush, and now we got a wall up. It stuns the 2 of them. Effort. Awkward spot has to flash away. Perfect. Not so lucky. Wants to hold on to his flash, and now Cuz trying to frontline here on the right side. He is getting burned through, even with the subjugate up on to clear, as now Perfect has to flash away. BD's doing a nice amount of damage to clear, but that's a Renekton. And, I mean, the damage win does go the way of KRX here.
The Nivea is just starting to completely take over this game. Just the threat of that wall just shuts down the front line of KT. They're looking for clear. He has flash, though.
Yeah, there is the flash. BD has his. And here he goes. I mean, with the help of this curtain call, should be able to, yeah, just land the root. Looks like the curtain call was canceled. As Clear has nowhere to go but in and then try to get out. But they take down Clear. Is it worth it? I mean, they get the top laner, but that's about it.
I think maybe the thought process was if we rush him, if we get him quickly, just go straight to Baron while they're still resetting. But he bought a good amount of time, and he did chunk Cuz a little bit. I think it was like it's a sort of play where if it's very quick and it just immediately happens, you could see them just immediately going to Baron off this, and it's still a bit risky. But I think the longer this takes, the scarier it gets, right? Cuz gets chunked as well. Like, look how low Cuz ends up. He was already low anyway, but I think it just makes them feel less and less secure about the play. They're actually going to start it now with 16 seconds on his respawn timer. But there's ample time for KRX to approach, and if you get trapped in that pit against an Anivia, you're in a terrible spot.
Just going to throw out the Tempered Fate right at the beginning, but Clear no TP, and still not alive. Raptor with flash and right over the wall. This is just going to be a flip as Raptor gets in, and he takes another objective down. Gets in, gets out with his flash, and all of a sudden, KRX have a Baron just like that.
See wall coming down, trying to cut Cuz off. I don't think you need to do more, though. Just stall them out, and you can push up mid, get that tower. Baron in pocket, KT really losing control of the game now. And it essentially just came down to a flip. They just let Raptor get access. Yeah, it was a rushed Baron. Definitely felt a little bit desperate. And the strategy just wasn't all there. Because they didn't have a clear way of keeping Zinzao out. You have a K'Sante. K'Sante should really be checking the Zinzao and stop them from getting close. You have so much control with that pick and ability to just kind of lock up a jungler and put them miles away. So I think the fact that Raptor was able to get in and then flash out afterward just definitely showed that KT just really did not have that on lock.
Yeah, the idea itself was fine, as we saw. I mean, they were able to get a decent position on the objective. There was still no top laner. It was 5v4. It was, you know, it was a tight Baron play, but you know, the execution at the very end, not the greatest. As now we're looking for another play here onto the mid lane, as Cuz takes it and says, "Well, I'm just gonna back away now."
Yeah, you can see BDD just thinking over, do I want to go through this? You know, perhaps not. It might be dangerous, especially if I get Tempered Fate on the other end. But it just gives space for KRX to push up bot lane. Perfect once again, being heavily threatened by this Anivia.
And Daystar, again, didn't have the most fun early game, but the mid to late game fights have been solid from him. He's doing his job, putting up the walls, doing a lot of DPS. It's going to be perfect in an awkward spot. Forced to go forward. We got a trade of ults between Jhin and Bard. And this push from KRX, I mean, they're trying to catch someone as Perfect once again. Going to be in a rough spot. Gets trapped up and has to get away.
This is so unplayable for the K'Sante.
Yeah. Really an unfortunate feeling for him. But the biggest thing is that, you know, they don't really get anything out of this push. I mean, they got the bottom inner, but not the inhibitor turret.
It just kind of comes down to that next dragon again. You know, being KRX have a lead. It's not a huge lead for this point in the game, but they've managed to pull ahead. But there's still the threat of Soul. But to be honest, the thing with Mountain Soul is strong, but I feel like it's the sort of Soul that's like, the sooner you get it, the better. You know, that extra shield, if you get it in the mid game, is just like impossible to cut through. At this point, it's still, don't get me wrong, it's definitely still a very strong Soul, but I don't think it's like a deal breaker if KT get it right now. So, you know, we'll see if KT can find a way in. It would definitely boost their win chances.
Perfect just TP'd from the base to the mid lane.
Yeah, wanting to get the big shield and then just consumes it by getting headshot by Diablo.
He's like, listen guys, I'm gonna clear up the strap line. It's very difficult to hit those Semper Fates in that manner. We saw this a couple times already where if the Karma's there, she just kind of shields you and you run away.
Yeah, you can see BDD going like a mega flank, pushing in the side lane, trying to apply some pressure there. I mean, obviously with Realm Orb, pretty safe, but now Raptors just starting the Dragon already, and I don't think there's a way for KT to easily get in here against Caitlyn and Nivea.
Yeah, BDD's still on this massive flank. I mean, they know he was down there, but this Dragon is gone. Like, he's not going to get into the pit. That's already 3 Mountain Drakes for the side of KRX.
Oh, they're looking to fight now, though.
Yeah, BDD getting in there saying, I'm going to actualize you right now, and Daystar in a rough spot, already in the egg. And BDD takes a bit of damage, but he is just pumping it out as well. They take out Diablo. BDD's still alive in this one and has done so much work in the fight. But now these beefy frontline targets, can they chew through them is the question for KT. Clear gets on top of Aiming, but Aiming is just sprinting away. As Raptor as well, trying to do his best, but the healing, the shielding, and the speed is a little bit too much for the Renekton and the Xin Zhao. They get the Drake, though. You can see that KRX are still trying to get a bit more. We got the curtains opened up as well. As Raptor looks like maybe his GA is gone. And perhaps he didn't actually hit that one. I'm not even sure how he managed that. As now Perfect is down. Cuz is taking the turret. And they do finally get him, but oh, it's messy, man.
It is so messy from KT there. They don't get the Dragon, they win the fight, but in the end, so many members of the team die trying to finish off Raptor that they can barely capitalize on the team fight win. Now, I think to beat this Anivia Caitlyn, you have to circumvent their backline. You have to find a way to come behind them. I was thinking they'd find an angle for K'Sante to get in. And Pivek does flash forward, but it's BDD who leads the charge. And he's taking so much damage, but he's just pumping damage in return as much as he can. Eventually, he does go down, but he's done his job.
The raid boss.
Literally. And then it's a very chaotic fight afterward. Effort surviving with the Mantra W and dodging the Wind Become Lightning, and then Aiming, just trying to kite it out while he's reloading. It's a hectic fight, but with, you know, the main carries from being KRX down, you're thinking, oh, well, it's guaranteed it's won. And then a couple of flubs. That missed shot, kind of unforgivable given that you had the slow from the pillar. But then just everyone dying here.
Yeah.
You know, effort, it's an execute at least, but it's just not convincing.
They're just trying to go head-to-head with BDD here, but I'm not sure if he really does. He's just going to TP out.
He realized that. Will TP out, and they don't have a TP on BDD, so he has to make his way there. And he's such a massive factor in KT's power that him being late really weakens them as a team.
They can at least poke a little bit with the Jhin. You can see that being KRX not exactly confident on this objective. Already a bit of damage has gone into Kellen. Is now Perfect. Is just kind of sending it into the enemy team. And he says, thank you for the magical journey. I will use that to get out. As now Cuz is taking massive amounts of damage, even from the Baron helping out. And that'll be the end of the KT jungler. Very low health bars here, though, on the side of KRX, and Aiming, he is just chomping at the bit. He wants to fourth shot someone, but nobody will make themselves available.
They want to stop the recalls. They want to TP Perfect back in so they can clean this up. If they let them reset, because it's down for 35 seconds, it could be Barrett for being KRX. You can see already the Raptors reset now, and it's trying to get back over. Looks like we'll just go for full resets on being KRX. I don't want to risk it. Even with the enemy jungler down, they don't want to overstep when Dragon is so soon. They kind of were forced to go for this very early because BDD wasn't there, and the Baron was getting low. They do Realm Warp BDD in, but again, it's the front line of KT that is struggling so much. I do like the shenanigans on Perfect to kind of escape using the Magical Journey, but Cuz doesn't have that luxury. He's trapped by the wall, which now just covers the entire river, and there's nothing he can really do. Playing a mobile champion into Anivia is just miserable, especially as a frontliner.
Yeah. And Anivia was the last pick. I mean, he knew what he was playing into. He knew how much value he was going to get. Not to mention the mid lane matchup. As now we got another fight coming in here. Tempered Fate on to the curtains opening, and somebody's just going to have to pull the trigger. As in they go, they find Diablo in the back line, and down will go Kellen, down goes Diablo, and that's the bottom lane just out of the game. As Aiming has a lot of room here on the right side, only dealing with the Renekton, and Raptor's not able to help at all. As the flank comes in from BDD, and they're able to line up a big team fight win. KT, they want to end this game now.
Yeah, Raptor's trying to clear up the wave. He does get rid of it. Death timers are long. They don't have the fastest tower. I mean, they have Trundle, actually. The tower takes pretty fast. But without a wave, I think they opted to go for the Baron instead. This is just BDD just completely understanding what needs to be done. You know, it's not a clean job, but he'll do it. Just gets into the back line, and they focus him. They put so much damage into him. You know, you have Daystar flashing onto him. But he gets in, he puts the damage down. Perfect is there to make sure the AD carry can't function. And he knows they have to circumvent the Anivia and the Caitlyn just standing there and holding their line. So he keeps finding these great flanks, and it's typically something you expect from picks like, you know, like a Carly, or you expect from like a lot of top lane picks like Renekton. But he's just doing it on Rise, and he's making it work. He is completely carrying this game for KT now, because Cuz and Perfect have been struggling. And I will say, Perfect is following up on BDD when he goes for these, but it has not been fun for them. And BDD is kind of just salvaging this tough situation. Now, Mountain Soul going to get picked up again. This late in the game, you know, it's not that much extra health, effective health, compared to if you picked it up in the mid game, but it's still, when you think of how BDD is playing, that extra tankiness will make a difference. It is a significant increase to their power. But they still need to play these fights correctly. If they just do the same thing they were doing before, where, you know, Perfect and Cuz get melted by the Anivia, Mountain Soul's not going to make a difference. But if BDD's getting on the back line, it absolutely will.
Yeah, he just keeps finding the angles, and he was on Vision on the top side, but they didn't pull off of the Baron right away. I feel like if BDD's in that spot, like that has been how KRX have lost any fight that they've lost in this game, is with the BDD flanks. I feel like they really need to say, we need to check all the boxes, make sure BDD's not on the flank, or if he is, we need to immediately respond. Whereas they have not been able to do that just yet. And Daystar is really struggling here against the Trundle pillars, because, you know, he can also affect the Anivia, although obviously the Anivia is having a bigger effect on Cuz so far this game. You only have so many pillars. And now with the Baron, you see KT are trying their best to just 4-1 it. Send BDD in mid. BDD does not have a Baron buff. So Perfect comes over.
Yeah, we'll try to... It's so hard to siege against this team, though. Even with Baron, it's pretty uncomfortable into the Anivia Caitlyn. And it's hard for anyone to walk up and hit the tower. Like, if Jhin gets an auto down in the tower with Rapid Fire Cannon, it does good damage, but you can see Aiming is trying. Relmo comes in, but I think it's a fake out.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, like, what? That's insanity.
The fake out to zone them away, but yeah, it would be crazy.
All right, Perfect. He's been really struggling in this spot. You can see how much CC comes through. The Temper Fate is there. Can they get a trap down is really a question. They get the Anivia stun. BDD, super low, gets a giant shield, though. He's trying his best to chunk them out, but he is not having the same effect, and now Cuz has to flash away. And you see KT will have to respect this as now the tiny magical journey.
Oh, the pillar! Oh, the pillar was so good. Just blocks the magical journey.
Yeah.
Oh, Cuz saving his mid laner there. Again, not the fight KT wanted. Not panning out exactly as it hoped. And I think the problem is when they're in the base, it becomes so difficult. They use the Realm Warp to zone them away. But without the Realm Warp, how are you ever getting behind BNK KRX? It's already extremely difficult when they're in the base like this. But now, this is so easy for BNK KRX to move forward, hold their ground. They're never threatened on the back line. Daystar and Diablo just moving forward. And once again, Perfect and Cuz can't play the game. And then this magical journey moment, because it's like, I've got you. Got him covered.
Yeah. Sad for Cuz we didn't get the highlight of his pillar, because that's really all he's doing in this game at this point. Just dropping pillars.
Yeah, I love how we talked about the hype of the Trundle getting fed and what a Trundle can do when he's fed, and then it's just reverting back to pillar bot. Oh, he's trapped.
Yeah, he is going to be in a lot of trouble. A Subjugate will help out quite a lot, though, as he is incredibly tanky. Raptor now on the opposite side of this wall, as he had to go into the Crescent Guard, but now there's a giant pillar behind him, and Perfect's going to bring him back. And Raptor in a lot of trouble. He's still quite tanky himself, but eventually he does go down to the GA. Daystar takes a massive force shot, but the stun comes in onto aiming, but the cleanse is too much as they're getting chunked out here. Diablo, though, still alive.
Aiming has ult.
And they took down Perfect. And now we'll see if these ult shots can actually hit. Cuz trying to move forward. Here comes BDD. Into the egg goes Daystar. And that should be the end of this one. KRX are running away. The end of this fight, I should say. Not sure about the game just yet, as we get the tether on the clear. Diablo still full health. He desperately wants to help to try to do something, but unfortunately he is not able to do anything. The pillars and the follow-up here from KT are just too much. Is aiming, flashes in, and Diablo, well, he's just dead. As he has his flash, he's not even going to be able to use it, and maybe KT actually do just end the game here. What a crazy 45-minute back-and-forth banger.
This one has been so hectic, and Raptor's not going to be able to do enough to defend. I think KRX put up a valiant effort, but ultimately BDD with these flanks was just crazy value in this game. Aiming as well in the last fight was so aggressive, playing so far forward there. Nearly got caught out by the Anivia, but was able to get damage up. And I think he just kind of got to the point of the game where it's like, I have the damage, I just need to hit things.
Yeah.
You know what? It worked. He had so much damage at that point of the game.
That was a close one. That was very back and forth. I think KT were pretty surprised with how some of the fights were being played out by KRX in mid-game, where KT just felt like they were stronger. They were trying to get access to objectives and ran into Anivia Caitlyn Bard and did not have a very fun time and got punished multiple times. KRX got close to winning that game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good and bad for both teams. I think ultimately, even though Daystar really struggled in lane, started to have value in the Anivia later, but I think this was just kind of a BDD masterclass. On the rise. I mean, the damage numbers are a little bit absurd, just slightly eclipsing aiming, but I think mostly it's just the way he found avenues to circumvent KRX's backline. When it seemed like they were facing, well, I was going to say brick wall, but an ice wall.
Yeah.
Found a way around the back, and they're able to get game one.
KT definitely a bit of a scare for them, but it's still a KT win at the end of the day. And you gotta like their chances going into game number 2 after a win like that, a grueling one. As they do take the lead in this series, we'll have a break and the space. We'll be right back.
야, 여기 걸렸다. 야, 노플이야 이거.
나 미칼 봐줄게.
미칼 맞아, 미칼 맞아.
위로 빼봐.
나이스.
나이스. 재밌다.
아,
가자.
나 이제 가는 중.
빼고 천천히. 파이팅.
야, 길게 볼 수 있어?
길게 볼만해.
길게 보자.
승민이 무리하지 말고. 넘겨볼래, 승민아?
나 기둥 3초.
천천히 따라가자.
기동 2초.
이거 빨리지 마.
근데 이거 빨리 간다.
여기까지 하자. 여기까지. 야 이거 짐 봐줘야 돼.
괜찮아. 빨았어. 나쁘지 않대.
애니메.
야, 앞에서 볼게.
아 우리 죽었어. 뒤에 죽었어.
한번 먹히게.
천천히 나가자 이거.
아래
나가자.
볼게, 아래.
나가보자.
야, 탈게.
아니 다 딸피긴 해.
애니비야.
오케이. 애니메 잡아봐.
기동 5초.
애니비야 잡았어. 애니비야 잡았어.
나 따라가 볼게.
기동 3초. 기동 3초.
레드 꽂자.
레인 높을.
야, 레드 꽂자.
레인 높으려.
천천히 해, 천천히.
애니비야
껐어. 천천히 봐. 천천히. 나 실드 3초.
걔 높으려.
이거 미드로 이대로 가면 끝나 우리.
기동 3초.
So young, so free. Ain't nothing got a hold on me. I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away. Fly away. We'll fly away. Fly Oh, you're so cool. I heard you say you gotta live your life in the day. Yeah, I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello everyone, welcome to the space. What a great game one that was. It looked to be maybe a little bit of a snoozer, maybe more of the same KRX we've seen from the regular season, but we got a little taste of LCK Cup. KRX, ultimately they fall as KT continue their winning ways. Digon here alongside with Did and Wolf. Y'all, that was a great start to the day.
Clean 1-0, nothing to see here. Great start. KT fans weren't worried at all. It was a great start from the jungler. Cuz just ran the early game, ran the bottom side of the map, and there was never any chance anything could go wrong from there.
Definitely.
I mean, I think that's also because of the draft. They didn't really have the engage tool when it comes to the mid-late game. But I think they did such a great job on the first segment, because I think the reason why they didn't pick the huge counter pick into Renekton is because they have the Jhin Karma already. So what they do here is just great usage of the Trundle pressure with the bot lane.
Yeah, when you have the Cassante on the top side, you are very self-sufficient there. So as Cuz early on, you can put a lot of pressure in the bottom lane and continue to apply that pressure with your Karma lane. So they're in the top side here early. Obviously, in the early game, you head to the bottom side. The Karma is always going to have that push in, even into the Caitlyn matchup.
So yeah, for example, if they had insane counter pick on the top side, maybe Cuz has to spend the time on the top side. But because they have the Cassante, they can use more time on the bot lane. You can see Cuz just tracking down the Xin Zhao for the Jhin Karma here. And I think as soon as Drake spawns, he's going to just kill the dragon and then help out the bot lane. And he's just full currying into bot lane, full currying into bot lane once again. And then once the dragon spawns, he's just going to come to bot lane and then do the Drake. And this is great usage of the Jhin Karma and Trundle.
Yeah, early Trundle does Dragon so incredibly well, and obviously with the prio lane they have, it's just a freebie. And we saw when B&K moments after this try to challenge some of that prio, some of the pressure, like they're Raptors dying, right? They're losing control of the map completely. And this is why Karma is so strong. It has problems that we'll talk about a little bit later on once you get out of the laning phase, but this is how you use prio incredibly well with a weak side top lane to be stable, where your jungler can just stick to the bottom lane.
Yeah, and because we knew it was going to be in bot and in mid, it made it very difficult for Daystar to get anything going. So KRX, they're behind, and what did is thinking there's a better place for them to fight early on, and instead they split their focus and fall further behind.
I mean, I think the reason why they should actually just take the fight here is because of the man advantage. So if Clear didn't went to top lane to catch the wave and just give up a one wave, then they have insane man advantage on this jungle, because this is their side to defend. And I think when you're behind, you have to drop something to take the fight here. But instead of that, you can roll the clip from here, and he's just gonna catch the wave on the top side while Jhin is pushing top. So because of that, they will have the matched number in the jungle. So I think in this case, you should have your player just coming into the jungle instead of catching the top wave, so you can have the man advantage, because you're behind already from the early game.
Unfortunately, instead, they try to match like you're saying, and then this Renekton gets cut off, and so many of the big fight wins for B&K, a lot of them were based on the fact that Clear was so huge. He was 2 levels up later, but in fights like this where he's isolated and can't actually make that impact, KT win the skirmishes, and the Jhin, when you're winning a skirmish, Jin's just like, no one's getting away, no one can escape the damage, you can't get on top of me, I'm too far away, and KT played this comp brilliantly to a point later on.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I think KT, along with Hanwha Life Esports, have been the squads that get the leads early. Hanwha to a much crazier extent, but this is how they did it. It was much more of a strategy. Now, here's the gold graph, because this is where, right there, that's where the oopsies started to happen, and KRX then took control of the game. The Caitlyn started to pop off. It was at one of the Drake fights, and after that, it was like, okay, this is anyone's game now.
Yeah, I mean, I think BNK played really well around their team comp, so I think it kind of happened to the late game. They had to go for the game where it's 44 minutes, but I think at the end, Aiming was the guy who saves the day for KT.
Raptor again here, like gets isolated by his teammate's wall, gets pulled back by the Cassante, and I mean, this Anivia ult is doing nothing. They're just not able to get anywhere near Aiming, and Aiming at this point is practically full build, if not full build.
Mikhail's cleanse.
Finally actually gets some cleanse value. Damage is out of control here, and no one can get close to him. And the Anivia is like almost preventing his teammates from getting in there, and BNK just could not actually put a dent in him.
Yeah, from that spot, they run him down. They get the win that they basically had in the first 15 minutes that we showed you, and then the something happened in between, and then eventually they close out the game. KT, they get the job done, and I think that's the big difference between this year's KT compared to last year's. They're on the wrong side of the flips last year. This time they're able to battle back and get the win. However, for BNK KRX, it's good to see some life out of them. It's good to see a 80 carry performance out of Diablo, the team playing around it, Clear getting ahead, but they got to close out some games and see what happens in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Spacers, for that breakdown. I like how the entire middle of the game was just erased. It's like, some stuff happened there, and then KT eventually did win. Was a very kind of messy mid to late game where KRX were trying desperately to come back, but they couldn't until the very end. This guy needs to get his arm better. And we're getting ready for game number 2. And Sphere's going to select the blue side again.
I was just thinking, I know it goes back to last game, but you know Mountain Soul has like an AD ratio, like the shield skills, like AD, AP, and health.
Yeah.
Jin's Mountain Shield must have been so big. Because he had like over 1,000 AD.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
I guess you do get some value as you scale.
You know what?
As Jin especially.
Atlas isn't here today. We can talk nicely about Jin.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be pretty good nowadays, especially with all the focus on lane prio down at the bottom lane. Do see a lot of Jin.
Yep. Well, I think also, you know, some builds have been more effective than others. Definitely been the case, but we do get into this game 2 draft. So KT again going to be on first pick, and starting off the draft a little bit differently here with a lot of focus towards these jungle bans. So remember last time they went Ezreal, Jarvan, Pantheon. So interestingly, they are banning all these jungles, but Jarvan and Pantheon are still available. But also, like, I feel like prioritizing Jarvan with Ezreal open wouldn't be that solid.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you ban Jarvan here, they probably just give you Pantheon because they have to ban Orianna, right? But they ban Pantheon. If I'm being KRX, I probably just ban Orianna. I expect them to take Jarvan, and I just take Ezreal. But maybe KT go Ezreal themselves.
Yeah. I mean, certainly something that Aiming can play. You do have to ban Orianna. I think that's kind of non-negotiable. I don't think you can get anything that's as good as Orianna in the trade, at least this time around. Not in game 2.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up going for here. And they are just going to commit the first pick Jarvan. I'm not a huge fan of the blind first pick Jarvan, because to me, you kind of want to know you're into a mobile carries where you Cataclysm and it's like, okay, you held in place. Because, yeah, if I'm being KRX, it's like the most obvious Ezreal lock imaginable.
Yeah.
So no real surprise that comes through. And honestly, in terms of mid picks as well, you know, the mids that have been removed, Orianna, Anivia Rise, they're all the mobile mids. Like, there's still a pretty wide pool of like mobile mids available, like the Azir, the Aurora, the Ahri. There's a lot of options if they want to ensure Daystar can also get out the Cataclysm. So yeah, I know Cuz is extremely good at Jarvan, right? And Comfort has value, but I'm not overly convinced by this decision to go for the Jarvan. Now they are going to go Ezreal, Nick. Oh, I think I can hear Wadid shouting in joy. He just loves his bot lane.
Oh yeah, I'm so happy for him actually that he gets to see this again.
Yeah.
Thinking about the Annie, BDD did go 0-2 in the first game against KRX with this pick. Not necessarily, you know, because he did poorly in the lane, but he did get bullied a lot. As Jace and Annie do come through, they want to prioritize the top side of the map and leave their answer for Ezreal Nico for later.
I think if I'm being KRX, I personally would go Aurora here. We've seen Aurora into Annie so much. It's been like the typical pick into it. It also means you can just avoid the Jarvan, but I can understand wanting to go for the Sion into Jace. That's, you know, you can only answer one of the solo lanes. They go for the Sion into Jace, which is a pick who can really just weather the storm and be more useful in team fights. You can block Shock Blast for your team. The Annie's never really a threat to you. KT need DPS from aiming to cut through the Sion. And sometimes we've even occasionally seen the Sion solo kill the Jace, so that's a bit crazy. But it does mean you're not probably going to be able to get your hand on the Aurora, which I think would have been a solid pickup here for the matchup and just into the Jarvan in general. In terms of aiming, needing DPS, I think banning away the Lulu makes a lot of sense. Pair up well with picks like Yanara. I think KT definitely, I would look to be banning the Aurora, maybe the Azir as well. Actually going for the Akali here, which is a pick Daystar is known for.
Yeah, I think the Aurora needs to be next. You're right, I think this Akali is definitely very much for Daystar, but Aurora has been kind of a terror for Annie, has not been very fun. Yukal did make BDD's life not very fun with the help of his jungler, obviously, in that first game against KRX. Still very curious what we're going to get for the bottom side, so no Ashe Seraphine either.
Yeah, I think there's a good balance from being KRX, just killing some of these strong bot lane duos. There's still, we haven't seen it nearly as much recently, but you could still go something like Porky Nami, right? But we'll see what they lean towards. You could, in theory, just go Yanara with a different support. But for now, they go for the Azir ban. So I think being KRX, you just take the Aurora. I think Azir ban, it makes sense. You know, it's one of the picks I mentioned, but I think Aurora is kind of the standard we see into Annie and makes sense here. So I would probably just grab that now. But instead, looking towards Hwei here. Hwei did get some slight buffs in this patch, a bit more passive damage. And he just kind of do a good job at maintaining distance. But the problem is you're playing into Jarvan and Annie. They have ways to close the gap. And when they do,
Sivir,
they are just going to blow you up.
Maybe should have mentioned this with the fact that they did play this the last time out.
You need a DPS. You need a hyper carry. You're playing into Ezreal Nico, which is a poke lane, but we haven't seen it really flourish that much in the 2v2. You have a spell shield, you have sustain. I think this is a good spot for it. And now being KRX, they've saved their jungle pick till this point.
Lee Sin for Raptor. Looks to be the angle.
Yeah. You have okay setup, but nothing super reliable. It's not like you have, you know, we've seen games where it's like Annie Renekton, Lee Sin, where it's like really easy.
Yeah.
You're kind of relying on skill shots connecting to set it up. I think I really like the start of the draft for being KRX, like particularly the Ezreal and the Jarvan, the Sion coming out. I think I would have preferred them going for like the Aurora here. And I think the Sivir Yuumi is going to put a timer on this game. And we saw game one go so long. We saw really it be a back and forth slugfest. And typically, you know, in a game where being KRX are like, hey, we have a Sion, we want to go late. Sivir Yuumi, sorry, is like, fine. We can do that too.
Yeah. I mean, they looked so unstoppable when they played this combo up against Hume. It was just like, it was very similar to this, into the Sion, you know, and a lot of people, it also had a Nico, so there's like a clone out there getting a bunch of ricochets off, and it just felt so suffocating in the late game. They could not lock down the Sivir Yuumi, and I feel like we're going to have a very similar situation in this game. I just don't think Lee Sin's a good answer to lock down the Sivir. Yeah. And I don't think the Nico can do it either, especially with the Yuumi with the Sivir. So we'll have to wait and see if they can end this one early. Otherwise, might be doomed for KRX. All right, game number 2, Raptor going for a little walk. Over the wall, there are some members. But doesn't look like there are any shenanigans down the bottom side, at least, as BDD is here in mid.
Yeah, always going to be very careful playing into an Annie level 1, the threat that's available there. But won't see Raptor get caught out by that. We'll see what Raptor can do with the early game on this Lee Sin. I think obviously getting some momentum will make a big difference. And, you know, we've seen some pop-up Lee Sin games. I mean, in the LCK in general, many years we've seen pop-up Lee Sin games, but as you said, doesn't have that reliable engage that maybe they need into the Sivir Yuumi.
We're going to see an exhaust used here pretty early on. A lot of summoners going back and forth, aiming aggressively, taking those, and Effort can only block so many.
Yeah. So triple combat summoners is what the Yuumi offers, which is why in some of these early trades you can actually be a lot more powerful than you expect. But Ezreal, Nico, still just so hard to trade into. Ezreal specifically, just very hard to deal with Mystic Shots. So they trade all those sums, still come out, not being able to really step up, have the pressure. We even see a recall come out from Effort here. And this is good for being KRX. You really want to put the hit down on this lane if you've ended up in this situation.
Yeah, you got to get it done early. And on the side of Effort, you know, kind of understand it. He doesn't want to die early and make this an even worse issue. He's just going to take the safe approach and not allow them to get even further ahead. And he says, well, I'm Yuumi, and I'll hit my levels. It's fine. You know, as long as I don't die, should be okay. As Diablo has, well, is that Diablo? I do wonder. No, it's Kellen. Getting a little bit of extra damage done onto aiming.
Yeah, we saw KT try and freeze the wave, having a position where it's just going to push into them, so aiming can get a reset. But Kellen disrupts that, and now aiming has to stick around on such low HP. Not the best spot to be in. Raptor's in the vicinity. He's just going to go for the Scuttle Crab, and I think Cuz is like, I don't want any of that. I see what is happening bot lane. I have places to be, and it is not around there.
Yeah.
With aiming being so low, honestly, I think it's risky, but maybe they could have gone for a dive, but I think they just decide it's too much of a danger. One of the problems as well is playing into as Lee Sin into Sivir Yuumi is there's so much that can just disrupt your Sonic Wave. You know, you have the spell shield from the Sivir, you have Yuumi can like detach, block it, and then reattach. Because obviously you want to focus your burst on a one target and kill them, but if Yuumi tanks your Sonic Wave and reattaches, even if you reactivate it before she reattaches, you're not killing the Yuumi in time. So end up not going for the dive there.
Yeah.
See, Raptor was looking towards the top side, but doesn't find anything.
Yeah, he's trying to make an impact early on. You can tell. I mean, he farmed the whole jungle. He didn't go for an early gank, but level 4, got the Scuttle Crab, tried to put on pressure bot, went top, tried to put on pressure there, but unfortunately, he didn't even get any summoners. So early on, this Lee Sin just kind of hanging out. And this matchup in mid, pretty interesting. Generally, range feels good into Annie because she kind of has to get up close and personal-ish with her Q. Her autos are pretty long range, but into something like Wei, or even traditionally like a Xerath or something like that, can struggle a little bit to trade back against the range.
That's the thing, you just kind of wait for level 6 and then you just flash Tibbers on top of them. So
yeah.
The fact you're already doing well in the 1v1, little worrying for Daystar. BD's about to hit level 6, by the way.
Yeah, he is, you know, he's my boy and all, but he has not been matching BDD really at all.
It's a tough task.
Series.
Yeah, Killing gets chunked out there, trying to stop the recall.
Guess who's back?
Could this be the time they go for dive? The problem is, all those summoners that were been earlier have come back. So I actually think going for a dive now is super dangerous.
Cuz is also here, so unfortunate timing for if they wanted to do that. Like, maybe you come in here and steal this, but no, this might go the way of Cuz. So Cuz just says, I'm here to get my Sivir Yuumi through lane and also secure my jungle champs.
Jungle champs?
Yes, the jungle champions, the Gromp.
Oh.
2027.
I can't wait for that release.
Yeah, I've known about it for a while.
Oh,
Just thought I'd leak it
leaking
here.
this on stream?
Yeah, just I just figured, why not? A little bit of a slow early game.
What's the kit like?
He just licks you. It's kind of like Tom Kent's. It's pretty similar.
Wow.
I was kind of against how similar the builds, the skills were. But it is what it is, running out of ideas. You can only make so many champions before,
We do have a lot of champions in the game.
Oh, BDD did the thing.
Oh, the Annie trading pattern.
He also
does dodge
dodged
everything.
everything.
Yeah.
Very annoying here for Daystar.
You know what, I feel like BDD does this a lot. He'll walk out the tether range, so he'll snap back, so he won't just sacrifice Tibbers and give 50 gold over.
Yeah.
Got a bit more damage down in the trade and then pulled it back.
Daystar is kind of just sitting around waiting to die. I mean, Annie has flash, and she was in kill range, as we very much saw there.
Yeah, so last game we had the counter matchup of the Anivia into Ryze, and still, BDD had so much pressure in lane. This time around, BDD already getting a solo kill. 7 minutes. Daystar's been struggling in this matchup, and he did manage to come back into the game later and have value. Most of his walls were pretty good in that game, although maybe... Oh, that's a lot of poke. But I think this game, if you fall behind as well, you're just going to get run over by this Jarvan Annie. Got some good poke coming down bot lane, though, but Cuz is now looking...
Yeah, he is pretty fast. Already coming down here. Diablo, no Arcane Shift. He does have Flash, but level 6 is Cuz, and there's a route that comes in. Diablo just going to flash the Cataclysm, and they do get away with both of their flashes having to be used.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think BNK KRX okay with that. We'll watch this replay first. So, yeah, just preps the stun, flashes in. It's that easy.
Diablo stayed. And that's going to be his death. His doom there as he sticks around by himself down in the bottom lane. There's the hunt just to get out of range of the turret.
So I was going to say the bot lane play that got the summoners from BNK KRX honestly was not too bad for BNK KRX, specifically because KT's bot lane also burnt all their summoners. So it felt kind of even. And as an Ezreal, losing Flash isn't that big of a deal. That was until Diablo stuck around and died. Now it feels a lot worse, which obviously is a consequence of that earlier gank, but aiming, getting that extra gold, definitely a big boon for the Sivir to have that already. And I think we saw the bot lane have... Yeah, I mean, this is just so low. And you are... Oh, yeah. Arcane shifted to dodge.
Oh, now we got a fight in the river here. Kellen just appears to be dead. Not really sure how that one started, but at least Raptor got the Drake for his team.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we keep having these situations where we're like not fully sure how the play started, so we're gonna have to get a replay to explain it. And then undoubtedly another play will happen.
Yeah, during the replay. Yeah.
Replay purgatory.
That's the way it works sometimes. And it just kind of feels like, KT are once again getting an early lead, but it feels like, well, it is factually a larger gold lead earlier on. And it feels like KRX are kind of not playing as they did in the first game, even though they fell behind in that one.
And one team also has Sivir Yumi, so... And that is the team who are ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they back away. They respect the extra minion that shows up in the wave. Now, Raptor's looking for something here, but...
Hello.
They're where?
Yeah. I mean, Raptor's trying his best, but, sometimes in a game like this for Lee Sin, what you have to do is kind of obvious. And if you force it, you can get counter-ganked. I mean, there's no flash here, but now Cuz is here, and all of a sudden, okay, that was a little bit wonky, but Cuz is still going to get in, and Cataclysms them both, and he does get super low. Raptor with a nice clean up there, but now BDD shows up, and it is disaster. Triple kill for BDD, who is 4-0.
Well, that certainly didn't go how BNK KRX wanted to. They do manage to get Cuz, but it was a pretty crushing victory there. We got to see how Kellen died.
But he was a minion. How did they know?
I think he was an Ezreal, actually.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Oh.
And they just killed him. And he's like, why did the Ezreal Arcane shift? Oh, it's not Ezreal. because that's Jules bot lane.
나갈게. 좋아. 보자.
맞아줘.
So this play,
Okay.
the
야,
block
보자.
of this,
야, 노플. 갈게.
아래.
나왔어.
니공 있어.
아, 좋아.
아래.
다 잡아.
실드 대.
아, 다 잡아.
나이스.
이게
yeah,
L이
the block of the Sonic Wave
아, 씨. 야, 그만 참아고 돼지야.
from effort was really good. And then I think Cuz went for the side angle because he didn't want to get like immediately like kicked out. Is my theory. But either way, like went to the side and then ulted in. But jumping in with the Yumi ult hitting everyone, and then even though BDD's Tibbers didn't land on everyone, the AoE burn damage did so much. And
Guess who's back? Once again, it is Cuz.
yeah, I mean this lane is kind of just a disaster now. You know, they had that early pressure, but now they're just getting pushed in. Aiming has an item completed already. He's gonna start picking up plates.
Yeah, and Cuz just gets here first, and eventually Raptor shows up. But like, the damage of Cuz's presence is already done. You know, he clears out some of the vision, he forces them away from the turret. Aiming picks up a turret plate. So essentially, you know, Cuz is not getting any kills, but he is still getting his bottom lane ahead. He's keeping them safe as well, which is one of those things that you don't necessarily see on the scoreboard, but it's definitely very important. Like, Raptor is so desperate to try to get this bottom lane into a good spot, but Cuz is here.
Yeah, I mean it is really on. Oh,
all right, gonna press their buttons, but that is the spell shield and the flash, and well, as I mentioned, Cuz is here and is looking for the play. The kick does come in, and eventually Diablo pays the price, as Raptor also gets exhausted and has to run away.
you can kind of feel being KRX going for these sort of desperate plays. They have to make something happen, but it's a good reaction from Aiming, and Cuz has been there, ready to.
Yeah, solo kill 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Well,
Daystar didn't figure it out the first time, and happened the second time.
He's having a bit of a tough time.
That fan just left. Did you see that? The fan just like stood up. It's like, I'm leaving.
Yeah, the spell shield was nice. The flash too from Aiming to make sure he's safe, and then Cuz comes in, and they've committed so much for this engage anyway. Kicked under the tower, and then just gets to jump out again with the Cataclysm. Yeah, he just kind of walked up. He wanted the cannon, which he did get with his burn, so, you know, that's something at least.
Especially because BDD already had 4 kills.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, okay, the first solo kill,
just
I think we can
respect
be pretty,
it.
we can be, okay, the first solo kill I think we can be pretty critical of, because getting solo killed 1v1 without any real advantage in lane, that's pretty bad. But when your laner roams bot, comes back with 4 kills, it's a lot harder to play the lane out.
Sure.
Like, you can still be critical of Daystar, don't get me wrong, but he is now playing into an extremely fed Annie with a significant item advantage, and it does make it so much harder to play out the lane. So I think that's worth taking into account as well.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, your argument is maybe take that into account and don't walk up, but
yeah. Especially because it happened the same way, where it's like, you know, BDD is Annie with flash. Like, that's the way that Annie works. As we're dodging everything from the Scion, it appears, as the On the Hunt is in there. And, I mean, you're not going to lock him down as a singular Scion. As here comes BDD, and eventually Clear just dies.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is that I don't think BFX needed CP, but it's just nice to show the teamwork. You know?
Yeah, it's nice team camaraderie.
Yes, that's the word. Yeah, probably not necessary. Definitely not necessary.
Maybe he just wanted to do something in this game, you know?
As, you know, I get that. I've seen a lot of top laners feeling that way.
Just playing into Scion, there was no solo kill from either side. They're just clearing waves.
Maybe that's why some of our Jaces get solo killed by Scion, just to spice it up a little bit.
They're just bored. They're like, it's fine. I was just playing aggressively for fun. Bit of a combo here, but a lot of people now. And BDD might be in some trouble to kick into the knockoff, as BDD does get assassinated.
Okay, that's not a goal. Picked up, so good play there. BDD just a little bit overstepping, disrespecting being KRX.
Flashing on a Diablo, who does have flash himself, but gonna get that at least. Cuz still has turret aggro with his red buff, and that's just gonna be a kill given over to Diablo. Plus the red buff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is so. What you do when that happens? I know this from personal experience. Is you actually type in chat, Ezreal flash, and then the game timer, or just Ezreal no flash.
Yeah.
So yeah, BDD can't really burst Kellen in that situation. Doesn't have the damage. I mean, clearly he was just trying to trade flashes. This is kind of why playing Jarvan and Ezreal's a bit miserable, and then he just takes the extra power. He's like, where are you going?
What's going on here?
This game's got a little bit goofy.
Yeah. Just feels like KRX, you know, as their name suggests, they don't have a lot of fear. They're just kind of over and over sending it into the enemy team from behind.
It suggests they fear X, which is an unknown quantity, right? We need to work out what X is.
I wouldn't tell them that.
Maybe X is BDD.
I don't think that's what they intended. And we got perfect against 2. It's a lot of damage into Daystar, but it's only so much burst. And Raptor showing up, getting a couple of big picks. It's a lot of money for him.
It's some good picks, honestly, from BNK KRX. Getting some gold back in return. This is the sort of players that you'd want to really see when they win already 4,000 gold down, but, you know, still, they're moving in the right direction. They do need to do more of this, though, if they want to get the game into a real salvageable place, because mid, bot, and top are all substantially behind, even despite this. That being said, Raptor's getting pretty fed. So there's that. They've got going for them.
We always talk about how fed Lee Sin, especially in Pro, is not the biggest issue to deal with, but, you know, already 2 items, and Raptor is playing very well as, wow, the extension here from Kellen. They find BDD again, and the execution damage in the mid game from this fed Lee Sin.
It's big.
Getting huge value.
Yeah, they're doing well. They keep finding these picks on repeat, and KT now going to get heralded mid. A lot of plate gold going to get picked up. The pressure is there from BNK KRX. They're really bouncing back here.
Kellen found himself an enemy team. 3rd kill here for aiming.
You know, we take the good with the bad.
Yeah.
But still, BNK KRX overall positive play. They are being proactive, and it kind of feels a bit akin to game 1, where it got so muddy in the mid game.
Yeah.
You know, KT, I feel like if this was last year, I would be so unsurprised with how this game and last game have been going.
Yeah.
But they've been so much cleaner in, I mean, not even last year, in the LCK Cup.
What is happening? This is hide on bush simulator.
Yeah, like, once again, some people might not believe this if they haven't watched LCK so far. But you can, under KT's name, the top of the screen, it says 7-0.
Yeah.
That is not a graphical error. That is correct and true.
It is real life.
Yeah. They are 7-0.
They've only lost 2 games, by the way. So
yeah,
only 2 of their series have gone to 3. Every other series was 2-0.
This game's just been... It kind of feels like maybe they just already felt like the series was over with that early advantage. BDD getting 4 kills. Because they feel a little bit unfocused.
Yeah, it's not the clean KT we've come to know and love nowadays, at least, as Diablo gets pretty low. The ricochets are coming in, and now Raptor says, I can take him out, Surly. I'm very fed. And he has to flash away from BDD, who shows up. Here comes the rest of the KRX squad, as aiming is very fast. The root does come down. The stun onto the Nico is gigantic from BDD, and that's going to keep aiming safe. Clear once again. Very sad playing Sion into Sivir Yumi. And he finds out that, again, he cannot do anything by himself. So that should just be the Ocean Drake here on top of the kills for KT.
So I think what happened there, and I'm not sure who it was, probably aiming, but someone on KT said, okay, guys, lock in. And they locked in. So Raptor nearly going down as well, despite being so fed. Just kind of running down Diablo here. And he's like, okay, I'll lock in check to the other side of the wall. And it's like, you're still in auto range. Here, though, Raptor trying to peel, but just so much sustain from aiming. Very hard to deal with.
Kick either.
Yeah, not specifically from aiming, from effort as well. And then great peel from BDD to stop Kellen from reaching aiming there, dropping the tippers down. Could have been a bit trickier if he was able to reach the Sivir, but with that stun coming through, Clear's just left isolated and can't really do much.
So now we have a 4-0-6 Sivir and Yuumi. Well, Sivir with a Yuumi.
A little bit fed.
Yeah.
A little bit mega fed.
BDD, even though he did kind of die in a silly way in the top lane, he's still very fed. He got the flash out of the Nico on his second death, you could say. I mean, from ahead, you know, every single flash that you get out of the enemy team does feel pretty good, especially if they only get the kill and nothing else.
With how they've been playing, being KRX, having the enemy summoners down is big. And so something that we often see is a team falls behind and they just don't do anything.
Yeah.
And they just wait and they wait and they wait.
That's not KRX.
When they finally look for a fight, the enemy team has all 5 flashes available. You go for the engage, they flash out, and then they just hit you and you die because they're richer than you. So the fact that BNK KRX are forcing these plays and burning sums means that when it comes to a big fight, you know, there may be someone without flash that you can target.
Oh boy. That was not the Arcane Shift he was looking for. He still does have flash. He's going to use it on the Cataclysm. Now the peel does come through. Cuz in a bit of trouble as he does get locked down and killed, but they still cannot deal with aiming. And that'll be the kill onto the Nico. Kellen here. Clear once again. Kind of out by his lonesome, but at least he lands the slow. Can walk it off.
So downside to that. Oh.
Right. Okay, they're really trying to go in on this one. And now, I mean, Diablo's gonna launch himself forward. They get the kill on a perfect, and now it's only aiming, trying to take down everyone with effort. As finally BDD makes his way back, but they did take out the Sivir.
Yeah.
It is possible.
They managed to do it. It's touch and go a little bit, and they're chasing down BDD with very low health bars apart from Clear. Oh, close. I'm not sure you wanted to take that.
Even if you land that, it's like, no, I don't think you want a piece of this.
He so wants to press Q again, but you really shouldn't.
Cuz also back, yeah.
Hectic fight once again, but BNK KRX target selection has really been on point and able to focus down the right people despite Devil starting off with a short arcane shift, doesn't get over the wall, but flashes the Cataclysm. They then pump all this damage into Cuz and he gets deleted. Once again, the Jarvan into Ezreal, maybe not the winning strategy. Kellen does get exploded here. And then it looks like the fight's over, it looks like we're done. But BDD walks, actually TPs for a flank angle, and immediately BNK KRX move in. Perfect on the Jace, gets kicked into a wall. Effort's pretty low on mana, and even though aiming has enough DPS just to kill Diablo, he just goes down, and they lose the Yuumi instantly too. So the gold lead is closed, it shrunk. This is a competitive game. Right now, and the main focus is going to be killing the Sivir. That is a very relevant point.
You know, that's exactly what happened in the game against KMDRX, where it was like everything kind of fell apart in the early game, and Kium had a nice lead, and they even got aiming in like the mid lane the one time, and then after that, aiming just played a little bit safer, farmed up to 4 or 5 items, and the game was just over. And everybody else on KT was very far behind, but their Sivir was just untouchable.
And I tell you, with how this series has been going, with how game 1 went, more so, I think picking Insurance, picking like Sivir Yuumi was a great call.
Yeah.
I think that was very insightful. Because last game was a long one, and it was messy, and just having that, guys, if we get full build, I think we just win. Now, to be fair, it's not completely clear-cut because, you know, if aiming missteps, misplays, gets exploded, gets caught out, you know, it can go wrong. BNK KRX have some good scaling carries with some good poke, and the Sion front line. But generally speaking, I think the Sivir's going to be a thorn in their side. And Clear has struggled so far this game to make an impact. Has gone for a lot of armor here, which I think is the right call. But still just kind of, you know, Sivir just runs circles around you and then spell shields your CC while shredding you down.
And also bounces all of the ricochets off of you onto the rest of the team.
Yes.
If everybody else is there.
Even on the Nico clone too.
Yeah.
You know?
So it just feels like no real winning for the Sion. And at any point, really. The LDR is finished. At least aiming doesn't have an IE yet. But next, as they're looking for the Ocean Soul point here, doesn't look like FearX want to fight over this. Trying to get some vision on Baron, I suppose.
Yeah. Honestly, I think someone who actually gets a good amount of value from the Ocean Soul is Effort. because Effort keeps running out of mana. So, you know, getting the extra mana when you hit someone could go a decent amount of distance. But generally, this is a squishier team for KT, not the most value. They're just starting back. Of course they are.
They're just calling the bluff at KT, who grouped in mid and were trying to push. But now Cuz comes over, says, hey, they are actually doing the Baron. And Cuz, I mean, it's going to be difficult to keep him out of the pit as a Jarvan. But KT a little bit late to the party. Diablo does get chunked a little bit. Perfect also putting an extra chunk into Diablo, who's now half health. But this Baron is getting pretty low. You can see that Clear is just trying to tank it up. Cuz gets in the pit, but not able to get the smite down. The kick comes in and helps him out. Clear is out of the fight, though, as the rest of BNK KRX are just on the run. Aiming is sprinting at them with the Yuumi on his back. And there doesn't look like there's much escape, although Cuz able to pick up the Nico. We got a TP in here. BDD shuts down the enemy AD carry, and that is a wipe, essentially, with only Clear alive. KT will look to push mid.
Don't think that ends up being worth for BNK KRX. Clear survived and was like, I'm going to recall TP back in with full HP. But unfortunately, KT just managed to wrap around. You can see Aiming dodging all the skill shots, moving forward, but the TP flank from BDD is really the nail in the coffin. And now should be able to get this tower. We'll see if they stick to the inhib. I guess they can just basically one-shot it. The game isn't over, but it's a big blow to BNK KRX's chances on the back of that, because especially as they got the Baron.
Hey. Congratulations to Cuz.
Oh yeah, big achievement. That's total assists.
Yeah.
He is 9th. And you can see the junglers above him are Canyon and Peanut.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. That Baron power play right now, minus 2,300, 400. Not doing so hot. Yeah, this is... They have the Baron and Clear at least, so it looks like they're going to try and use that mid lane and get this mid-tier 1.
I don't know if you really can against the Sivir. I mean, if nobody else on KT shows up, perhaps. And Aiming, I guess, is going to play it safe. So yeah, in fact, they are able to do it with that one Baron buff. Uh-oh. That's the stun on a Daystar, and he's basically dead. He gets out with his life. Cuz now in a bit of trouble. He's going to be taken down, but the damage and the ricochets are already coming through. Clear has to go forward just to avoid bouncing it onto the team. Raptor desperately trying to get something here on the top side against Perfect, and he should be able to. A lot of low health bars, but advantage BNK KRX in the kill department.
Hey, KT were playing this like split angle. You can see BDD was looking for a flank, and Perfect was getting poked from the side. We'll look at the Baron first, actually. So, Cuz just not able to get the smite in. It's good control from BNK KRX. It looks chaotic, but they managed to kick Cuz away. And I think he smites as he's leaving range, and then it's just secured by BNK KRX. This, though, unfortunately, the TP's coming in for the Scion, but it's not quick enough. BDD gets this great angle to just destroy Diablo. And it's a great cleanup. This play, though, you know, the Rocket Belt from Daystar definitely helping out there. The turnaround of the Cuz. And then Daystar nearly dies to Ricochet here. I was really worried for him. But they just turn onto the Jace, and Raptor's kind of playing like an assassin on this Jace, well, on Lee into the Jace.
Yeah.
Just able to pick him off. It really kind of feels like, even though KT, you know, have had a lead for most of this game, for all this game, I think, actually, even though Aiming's doing 1 million damage, it does not feel secure. It feels like it's been a little bit all over the place. That's been this series as a whole, to be honest.
Yeah. And now we're diving mid. The Nico even here. BDD with the Rocket Belt. So much value out of that item in so many different circumstances. So they go pretty deep for that one. You can see the chase is kind of on here from KT. There's the flag and drag into the Scion. Clear. Not very long for this world as the rest of the team just kind of abandons him. And Aiming eventually will catch up. And that'll be the end of the Scion. This is right before the Ocean Drake, by the way. So
yeah, Scion down.
Be alive.
Pretty huge pick up there. He's up in 45 seconds and has TP, but the Dragon's going to be long gone by then, I assume. That's some good poke from Diablo, to be fair.
You see KT want to continue on this one. Cuz going to go in, force that Arcane Shift out of Diablo, but it's still an Ezreal. He's still able to get away. He's doing an insane amount of poke. as we speak, but he did get pretty low from the play. And it looks like they'll just back away and try to take this Ocean Soul.
You can see Raptor wrapping around, trying to look for a steal angle. It's so hard to track him with the Ocean Soul map, with all the extra brushes.
He's on vision here. And he's going to just try to take out Kellen, it looks like. Meanwhile, Raptor did go into the pit, but he was a little bit late. The Ocean Soul did go over to KT. That'll be another kill here for BDD, who is super fast with the Yuumi on his back. And the shield that he gets perfect, meanwhile, just TP'd into the base and force the Scion back, I suppose. That'll be the end of Diablo. It's not a, very clean, decisive, team fight victory here at the very end of the game, but it's still a win here for KT as they take down 4, and they'll look to take down BNK KRX 2-0 tonight.
I think BNK KRX put up a pretty good fight, considering KT have been our strongest team. KT definitely not that cleanest performance, but ultimately, when it came to the clutch moments in the later stages of the game, BDD was there with some great flank angles, and aiming was just that consistent carry, putting out the damage. I think, as you said, not the cleanest performance, but a win is a win, and they continue their hot streak right now in the LCK.
Yes, 8 in a row, 8-0 to start off the season. This is their longest streak that they've had at the beginning of a season with these 8 wins. And yeah, even playing with their food a little bit here. FearX getting some look-ins with their aggression and their tenacity and their inability to give up. Gave KT a little bit of a run for their money in some of those mid games, but at the end of the day, KT Rolster still very good, and Perfect says, no, I am the top laner who wins tonight.
Cuz had some fun moments, we'll say, in that game.
Ooh.
Oh, where'd he go? BDD, I think, honestly, had some pretty heroic plays, lots of flanks, getting value from the Realm Warp with the TP on the Annie, and aiming was just pumping numbers. 8 for the wins in a row right now. He was just doing crazy work. Game 1, 63.9k damage, and Game 2 on the Sivir, backed up by F and Yuumi, was just doing some huge work.
It's got to feel a little bit disappointing for FearX. Not the fact that they lost to KT, but the fact that their season is starting off 2-5. This is kind of rough where you're already on a losing streak. You're already in a much worse position than you expected to be. And now you have to face KT, and it's a 2-0.
I think the problem is, playing into KT in this form is such a tough matchup for them. Because I think it was clear that Daystar really struggled into BDD.
Yeah.
And I think for this iteration of the BNK FearX roster, whether it's Daystar or Vikla, I think playing into really strong mids has just been problematic for them. Like, even in LCK Cup when they were doing well, got 3-0'd by Genji in the finals. So, this wasn't the series to get them an extra win. It was always going to be a long shot. It was always going to be, them being the big underdogs. But the problem is, with the score the way it is, they just need wins anywhere they can get it. I do at least think that if they play at this level against a weaker team, they probably should win. If we talk about like a 6 to 10th team, you play like this, you're probably certainly going to win.
I mean, they 2-0'd Kium last week, so...
So I think it's just a matter of, like, the start of the season was rough, but just pick up the wins from there. Again, if we frame it from where they were in the LCK Cup, this does feel really bad, but they kind of just have to start again from where they are now. Unlike KT, who are just on Cloud9 right now. Well, not the North American team, but they are winning a lot.
Cloudy.
Yeah, winning a lot, feeling good about it. And I don't know why it felt like the story of this series was BDD is behind you.
Yeah.
Just like, whether it's on Rise or it's on Annie, he just always seemed to find this way to flank and be this threat. And honestly, it kind of reminds me of the series, the upset we had in the LCK playoffs last year? Game 5 against Genji when he played Lissandra.
Yeah.
He's finding those great flanks. I think he just has such a good eye for the timing and how to get behind and play around the vision.
Yeah, being incredibly smart player, and I feel like Cuz and Effort as well are incredibly intelligent. I do think that when it comes to their understanding of the game, they are in a really good spot, in really good hands. With the support jungle we also mentioned, but you've got BDD in the mid lane, so it's like, well, good, they say at the end. Just another day at the office.
You have a bit of a sigh of relief there, you know? Like, this was not smooth sailing completely. Gold graph, not as chaotic as game 1, but a little all over. But,
BDD is going to get POM, but how many votes for aiming?
Ooh.
What do you think?
I think 4.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Soup Chichi did go both for aiming. And we'll get one media.
I don't know about that.
And I'm going to say Korean cast.
Okay.
Those are my guesses.
I don't know about the Soup Chichi because I feel like BDD was popping off game 1. You know, they often get their votes in early. Bit of a fan favorite as well.
And it is BDD, as we knew.
This is kind of, I think, you know, there was moments in game 2 where I was like, oh, you know, maybe if this continues, aiming might climb above. But then BDD was just getting these great angles on Annie. He still had a great Annie game. The Rise game, though, that game alone, I was ready to write it down on the piece of paper after that one. Like, they struggled in that game, and he's just like, you know what? I have the solution. And he did. So, yeah, pretty masterful performance from him. And I think aiming is deserving of some votes, though. You know, we were kind of joking about how many he'd get, but like he did have a really solid series for the most part. Other than missing that one Jin shot.
Yeah, that was weird.
Maybe that's why people didn't vote, because they missed it on the pillared target. But other than that, you know, like the Sivir play was really solid. And for the most part, for 95% of the game, the Jin was really good too.
Yeah, I do feel like the Sivir Yumi, it really plays to his strengths, and also both games where they've played it in, the enemy team is just drafting stuff that's really bad into Sivir Yumi, and they just slam it, and they're like, oh, we just win, as long as we don't get too far behind. And they actually get ahead in this game.
Yeah, that definitely helped, you know. He got monster fed. You know, I feel like that is just how it is with the Gold King.
Whereas in the mid lane, it was kind of like, you know, not only did BDD individually play well, but also compared to his opponent was so much better.
He did solo kill him twice.
Yes. Guys, we are done here for now for our first series, but we do have the POM interview, so I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys, for the handoff. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by BDD on the side of KT Roster, who get to keep on winning and keep going undefeated. Since franchise, you extended KT's starting winning streak to 8 wins. How do you feel? Yeah, the winning streak going feels amazing, but today felt a little shaky, so I think we need to do a little better. And with 300 POM points, you are at 2nd place of the standings. So how much impact do you think you had on today's win? Maybe percentile-wise? Maybe 50%? Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. I did have a lot of impact. And actually, Zeka is on in 1st place with 400 POM, so are you all fired up to catch up? Obviously, getting POM feels amazing, but I don't think I'm always concerned and always paying attention. And so both games 1 and 2 had similar patterns where KT had the control through early to mid game, but BFX's resilience really started to show. So what was the biggest threat? I felt like we were a little complacent. We were definitely caught off guard, but BFX definitely planned everything to go fully aggressively, and I think that was really tricky to deal with. And we were trying to go for some comfort picks and comps in the end. And in the Rise versus Anivia matchup, this is actually the first time Rise won. So Chovy had mentioned that Anivia wins 9 out of 10 times in this matchup, so are you just that one exception? I guess Chovy happens to pilot Anivia just so well. And from Rise's perspective, it's not an easy matchup, but I felt like the enemy team today didn't focus too much on the mid lane. That wasn't really their game plan, so I think that's why it was a little easier for me today. And in game 2, you blind picked Annie. We can definitely feel the confidence just from the draft, so can you walk us through this? Yeah, we were discussing a lot regarding the draft phase, and I think this was really just the best pick that we had out of all the options. And you had a lot of solo kill moments, and your Annie had 4 kills by 10 minutes, getting fed, and we had some funny team voice moments right here. Good, good, good. Below. I got everyone. Wow, Annie, 4 kills. Stop eating so much, you pig. So it looks like Amy was in denial about your triple kill, and then Kuz seemed to not want to feed you anymore. So were you just hungry for some kills today? I mean, Amy always takes a lot of kills, you know? So I felt like it's been so unfair. And I think today I was the lucky one. Would you like to say anything to Amy? Keep on eating a lot and get fed and keep carrying you. And we have another occasion to celebrate. Kuz has reached 4,500 assists in the LCK. What would you like to say to Kuz? Kuz is the player that I've been playing alongside myself for the longest, and I hope that he can keep it up and we can play for a long time in the future. And only one match left to complete a perfect round 1. And to go undefeated, you have to take down the number 2 team, Hana Life Esports. So, how do you see Hana Life Esports' recent form? Honestly, they're really aggressive and very flawless in their gameplay and execution. And mindset for that perfect round 1. Yeah, I just think we just have to play as we normally do, and I think we will definitely be able to win against them, although they're behind us right now. I see we really looking forward to the next match for you. And some fans even skipped work to come watch your 8 win streak. So what would you like to say? There are a lot of people that come even when they have an exam the next day, and I feel like, you know, we can definitely feel the support. I hope you guys also get all the energy you need to go for work and the exam. Thank you so much for your support. And that is all from BDD, and back to the space. Thank you.
That was awkward. Wasn't that awkward? I felt like that was awkward. There's a lot of times where the pros that are being interviewed are talking about their next matchup with the players that are behind them, and you know, Guma was there. He was lurking.
Well, Dagon, you know, most of the time in Korea, we don't have a lot of trash talk, so it ends up being very polite anyways. But, you know, Guma, I think he knew he was on cam there. I think he knew he was going to get involved.
I mean, he's a cam enjoyer, you know.
I don't know.
No! Like, he's talented.
Talking to me? Are you talking about me or with me?
That is, I mean, obviously this is the matchup everyone's been waiting for, right?
Yeah.
Battle for first place. Again, assuming Hanwha wins their matchup later on against QM DRX. But KT, this team just looks like they can do no wrong right now. I mean, both of these teams, honestly, Hanwha will be playing next, but they don't make too many big mistakes. They had a more robust draft, more well-rounded draft here in Game 2. Aiming popped off on Sivir. What are you going to do?
I really like the idea that they are having it right now on the draft as well. I think whenever you're on a winning streak, you kind of want to try out some new drafts, right? But I think KT, they don't really like flip everything. I think they changed 1 or 2 things so they can actually try out on stage if it's working. So that was the Trundle, Engine, Karma, and Xante on the top side game 1. And the game 2, it was like Yuumi once again on the bot lane. And like when first time Yuumi came out from KT, we were like, nah, they're kind of like trying the limits. But right now, the teams who facing against KT definitely has to like consider about the Yuumi pick as well. So I think KT right now, like definitely even like scarier right now with the draft as well.
Yeah, again, Hanwha Life, that last team preventing KT from potentially a perfect split. That is
Perfect round.
Perfect round, round 1. There we go. As we take a look at the POM votes, thank you for the interview translations, dear. As it is 10 out of 13. Aiming was able to snipe 3 votes.
I was
away.
really on the fence. I actually kind of thought I was going to be in the minority with my BDD vote. I mean, Wadid was very clearly an aiming voter, and he was pushing it early. But I was like, yeah. But like, I think I'm going to go BDD here. I almost feel like maybe I should have gone with you.
I mean, I was expecting BDD to get the POM, but I voted him because people called aiming overrated for years. But right now, he's the one carrying KT's story right now. And I think, especially in the game 1, the game was really messy. But I think at the end, him cleansing out all the CCs and try to take the risk against the 18 level Anivia. And I think that was the bullet to make the KT.
Let's not forget, I mean, he had a great performance on Sivir in game 2.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it was a consistent performance across both games. I went the other direction, right? I was with the majority this time, which was surprising to me. As aiming is just, he's quite big. But I went for BDD, who has just really quietly been such an incredible player for so long, right? Outside of his Nongshim 2022, where he had a rough time and he was talking about how he was experiencing long COVID and stuff like that, that was the only year where he took a big dip. It's so late in his career. How does he just keep getting better? Like, it's actually crazy how long he's been around, and right now he's performing really well. And it just feels like he's playing better this year than he played last year, where he was Player of the Year. I chose this clip to remind everyone, just, I know he joked about how he was stealing the kills, but he makes a big impact here, punishes the play. He had a lot of great plays this series. He was able to destroy Daystar in lane in game number 1, so he was my POM.
I mean, I think
POM.
Like, even though we have such a great mid laners, but I think that no one can reach to the Faker's level, because him being really consistent about his performance right now. But I think BDD finally can kind of chip into that point. I think BDD right now has been improved so much, even though
he's got to get that world title, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Then we can have a little closer conversation.
Yeah, a little bit closer, but I think he's getting closer and closer every year.
What did with your comment, I thought the person who is closest to KT story would be perfect, since they're undefeated.
Yeah,
they're perfect.
I mean, every single member
that would be my comment.
KT right now is doing such a great
But aren't we all aiming for perfection, but we can never attain it?
Oh, there it is. There it is. Let's see the rest of the palm. I just wanted to get my palm in, and then Wolf came and topped it. Damn it. Let's see what else that we had here from the Korean side, or from Ox first. Ox had his comment in for us. Telesport's behind you, nothing personal, kid.
He spelled it right. You're not supposed to spell the copy pasta right. It's supposed to say nothing personnel.
Personnel.
Yeah. That was a pretty good try, though.
Mm-hmm.
A player that outplays the matchup.
True.
Did do that.
Did have the rise into Anivia.
Yeah.
Yep. Brendan's boy Daystar is going to have to play both sides of the matchup later on too and figure it out. BDD also getting the vote from Umpty. Send help, this rookie's getting crushed. The LCK mids are on another level. Daystar's an LCK mid now. He's played 10 games.
Yeah, but he's still, he's not technically a rookie because he played last year, but
that's true.
He's still quite young, right? Still is a little bit inexperienced. Still a challengers player in a lot of people's eyes.
I mean, speaking of which, I think for BNK right now, they're on a choke point where you got to decide who's going to play for their mid lane. I don't think Vigla was the issue for BNK, even though they subbed in the Daystar and they got some win. But I mean, I still think that they have to figure out what mid laner who they want to invest more. And I think you got to give a chance to Vigla once again, because this doesn't work out.
Well, what it felt like to me was that BNK KRX was a bot lane centric team.
Yeah.
Then sometimes Vigla would try to make the outplay in the mid lane and then all of a sudden start scratching his head after he died.
Yeah.
But we just saw what it's like when Daystar is like, okay, I'm not going to try to make the outplay. What happened? He was down 1,000 gold in the mid lane in game 1.
I think the problem with Vigla always for a lot of people was that he wasn't consistent, right? He was never able to, his mechanics, his hands were there a lot of the time, but there were the games where he kind of whiffed it. But I always find Vigla still to be quite a veteran, right? He knows a lot about the game. He knows where he needs to be a lot of the time. I think Daystar has the consistency in terms of his mechanics, but he's still a little bit maybe too young to have that Vigla level of game sense yet. So your long-term plan could be like eventually Daystar will have that knowledge, but in the short term, obviously, it feels like something is missing here, and that's a tough call to make.
Yeah, well, being KRX, they run out of games here in our first round 1 and 2 before we get into Rise Group and Legend Group to figure it out. As we take a look at the standings after this one, KT stay on top. They are perfect, 8-0 with 1 game remaining in round 1 against that second place squad, Hanwha Life Esports, who will do battle in just a little bit. And being KRX, they still find themselves smack dab in the middle of the Rise Group.
I think what you said is right, Ulf. I think the gap between the Rise and Legend is not that huge at this point. You just need the 2 wins to get into the group. So I feel like they just need some bandage for this situation because, like, you know, I think the gap is really close. I think being in the Legend group means more than like something else, you know. So I feel like they need to find a solution.
All right, well, we've got our next matchup here on Friday. It is Hanwha Life Esports up against Kiwoom DRX. You don't want to miss this one as, again, a tune-up for potentially the battle of the top of the charts next week, Hanwha Life Esports and KT, as well as the fact that Kiwoom DRX are just trying to get something going. Not too far away from potentially Legend Group. A win here would go a long way. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드 경기 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드로 펼쳐지는 매치. 한번 쭉쭉 달려봐야겠죠. 더 한진브리온의 경우는 경기력만 봤을 때 분명히 더 승리를 했어도 아닌 생각도 많았거든요. 그러니까 정말 이렇게 혼란스러운 시기에도 1승 1승이 그만큼 더 간절해지는 거잖아요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
볼만해? 보자. 봐봐.
Euro and Canyon positioning pretty aggressively. And Kanavi's going to go in, of course. There's the rumble and the buy. And also the One over the top of Canyon with the shield up. Survived for so long. But the DPS still there. Tobiel's going to be taken out by this rumble. Looking for Keenan.
clean game despite getting pushed
Get him,
back.
Zeus! What am I watching? What is this?
잘한다.
Not really miss anything, so it's not the end of the world. So now we have an all-out here. Perfect. He's going to stack that passive. He's continued to go on to Dudu as there is the Grim Deliverance, and now Dudu's in a bit of trouble as still not able to get him into it. Pretty out of hands there. Like these words very clearly. I think they got to show some respect to Gen G on some of these plays. TP's coming in here. The arrow also going to hit Zeka into the mechanics. Right in there. The equalizer. Gigantic this time. The catch ruler. The double knockup is gigantic here from Zeka. And that is the fight that HLE were looking for. As you allow so much space for your Yunara as well to push forward. They make the three and are looking to get better.
That is going to be another bone skewer connecting, and Drummaker gets caught by the flash from Carrier.
You know, something I was going to say earlier was Korea used his steadfast presence to feel the smash, and it grounded Carrier.
구르기 빠지면 안 보게.
Okay.
한 바퀴.
Okay. Well, Chu is going to condemn one and then still just get killed by Carrier again. Oh, never mind.
맵 찍고 한 거야? 그지?
Happy to take the 4 versus 5, or maybe it's a 4v4 as there's Corky in the mid lane. In goes Ona, and he's pretty tanky. Flash out from Wizards, that bone skewer connects as Carrier turns the montage back on. He'll find another one with the help of Faker.
Don't look back now, only broken memories. All the glory spoken of for centuries. See you on the other side. See you on the other side. The deep is do or die. It's do or die.
to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
KRX 화이팅!
KRX 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. Hanwha Life Esports up against KRX. And just like our first series, we do have a big favorite, Hanwha Life Esports, currently in second place, only one loss. And they're going up against KRX, who do not have as great of a record, Ox.
Yeah, definitely feeling like a underdog against overdog matchup. I think that's the correct term.
Yes.
To use here.
Overdog, yeah.
Overdog, yeah. So HLE have really just gone from strength to strength. I think at the start of the season there was a little bit of concern. Definitely in the LCK Cup, right? But even the start of the regular season, like their first match, even though it was a win, wasn't hugely convincing. They got their first loss early on. But since then, they've just been riding this high. And it feels like everyone is just in sync with Kanavi's aggressive playstyle. You can see there, 5 win streaks. So, you know, it has just been win after win after win after for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and for the side of KRX, their one big win was against Noshim. That was a 2-0. That was definitely unexpected, a big upset. But unfortunately, after that, not really able to have much success so far, as they fell to KRX, and then they fell to T1, and then they fell to KT. So it's certainly a rough match schedule for them, as now they have Hanwha Life Esports.
I think KRX are in that unfortunate position where, you know, there's definitely teams weaker than them, but even the top teams that are struggling just kind of still beat them. And HLE definitely a top team with some big records ahead of them. 300 wins for Zeus is definitely gonna, actually not definitely, but there's a good chance he'll hit that today. I don't know why I thought it was 300 games.
Definitely, yeah. 300
wins, good chance he hits that today. Just one singular game win. And then for Delight, to get 4,500 would need 16 assists, which I also think pretty likely. So a good chance we see both of these achievements come in for these two players.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, if they do win very quickly, maybe Delight doesn't get the amount of assists that he needs to get across the line, or if they end up losing
It's also champ dependent, because some champions just farm assist super easily, you know, and some champions you don't get as many. But as a support, I feel like he's probably going to get a ton, so we will see. But yeah, those on the line for HLE with the possibility to get those. The KRX DRX, this is a hard matchup. This is a difficult one. I think there's a lot of teams right now in the league that are difficult matchups for them, but this is definitely on their upper end. But they've had some good showings recently. Even if they're not winning, I think there's been good moments in those. But I think the problem is you go through those and you're hoping to build it all together until like you get like a nice win or start to put in regular strong performances. Playing against HLE can be a bit of a momentum killer because they are such a strong team. I'm just hoping that bare minimum they come in with a strong performance, show some of the positives we've seen from them, you know, with Lazyfield coming in, and just, you know, try and show up on the day.
Yeah, it is Willer's birthday today, so happy birthday to him. And hopefully they can get some wins on the birthday. Sometimes we get a birthday buff, sometimes we don't. we get the opposite. Hope that doesn't happen to Willer.
Those are the two options. You either do or you don't, you know?
That's true. 50-50 on that one. We'll have to wait and see which way the coin does flip. As you mentioned, Lazyfield's still in here. And yeah, I mean, in the recent match up against KT, they started off well. In the early game of game 1 especially, they had a nice lead. Unfortunately, it's KT. It's the best team in the league. KT came back, BDD was playing Annie, and KT eventually 2-0'd them. But, you know, signs of life. We've seen a lot of our lower teams in the LCK win early games and then not be able to close them out. And hopefully as they get into more winning positions in mid to late game, they begin to get better at it.
Yeah, I think if you look at the three teams that they're on the loss streak against, so it's KT, it's T1, and then it's BNK KRX. I think BNK KRX is one where you're like, they've been kind of struggling too, so, you know, that is one, at least getting a game would have been a good omen. But the more recent one is T1 and KT, which are hard teams to beat. And as you said, the KT series wasn't as one-sided as you might expect, so, you know, this is still underdog, overdog, but I just think a good showing can go a long way, keep morale up, and just show how the team is developing as the league goes on. So at the end of the day, you know, this is our long extended split. We obviously have the interim for Road to MSI and MSI itself, but, you know, everything counts towards the end, final playoffs. A lot of our teams will be going there. So it is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, you know, that's why I was saying, you know, get yourself into more winning positions. You get better at those. Definitely need to see Lazyfield have some better laning phases. Has been a little bit of a struggle for him and Ondil. But going to be pretty difficult against Guma and Delight. You know, we've seen Guma and Delight. They've had some big wins, like very aggressive plays from Guma or Delight, and sometimes it gets a little bit wonky down there. So maybe they hope that they flip the wonky version, but overall, I think Guma and Delight are very stable, sustainable bottom lane. And for me, I think the biggest lane issue might be the top lane, just because Rich has been struggling a lot nowadays, and Zeus, you know, sometimes a lot of teams do go up there and bully him a bunch when he's playing ranged tops, so perhaps they can take some notes out of that book.
Yeah, I just, you know, it's valid, very fair, but I just feel like no matter what team you are, my lens is always going to be on Kanavi when you're facing HLE.
Yeah.
Like, can you go pound to pound against him? How is that match going to go? Because I think so much of HLE, both in the narratives, but just in the gameplay more than anything, has been centered on Kanavi, and for good reason. He has been at the forefront of their aggressive tendencies recently. Had an interview where he was talking about how he feels like LCK teams are like a shield, and LPL teams are like a sword. I was asked, well, what do you think HLE is? And he was like, with a sword.
Yes, very different from everyone else, basically. Although KRX tries to do the same thing, but they can't quite do it the same way.
KRX are like a dagger, just repeated, fast attacks, you know, unrelenting. Yeah, so far, just the highest prio bans coming through. Jarvan, the only pick so far that isn't really on the top bans list. And then Ezreal comes through as well, so maybe not wanting to let Lazyfield get his hands on that, a pick he's had some good success on. Then Zhao comes through as the prioed first pick, which is interesting considering Pantheon is available.
Also Hecarim.
Yes. Also Hecarim. But it looks like they might consider other options. We'll see. You could go like Wukong Annie, but I feel like Pantheon's just such a free pickup. And the pick is so strong.
Yeah. Trifecta is right there. Bard as well. Delight had an excellent Bard game.
Yeah, Delight's really playing a lot more range supports, and he was very much the engage guy and sometimes struggled on... again, like I say struggled, that sounds a bit too critical. I think it just was so good on engage supports that relatively the range supports didn't look as good, but I think he's really been having great games on those range supports, which is important in the current meta. Now, we do see the Inara come in, and I was thinking it could just be the Lulu here. You know, Lulu plus Xin Zhao, really powerful, but instead they go for the Nautilus, wanting some CC, some lockdown, less protection for the Inara though, and that kind of sets up HLE to go for a bit more of a punishing lane. I think a lot of teams, and I mean even Goma himself, could have gone Jimbard here.
Yeah, that's what I thought he would play.
But instead opting for the Caitlyn, and in fairness, obviously a very formidable Caitlyn, and he has good setup for the traps. Maybe an aspect of it is that with Jhin, you know, into Xin Zhao, there's so much time where you're not doing damage, and Jhin already has so much downtime. Could be the thought process behind it. Either way, it's definitely a 2v2 where they're going to have the absolute edge, unless Andal can land some great dredge lines. So, go on the next phase of bans. Neither team really put any focus towards solo lane yet. LeBlanc ban comes through, which kind of telegraphs they want to go for like an Azir. We'll see if KRX decide they want to ban that. Yes, they do. I mean, if you really want to just continue the baiting, you could ban like a Nivea, and then they'll ban Ryze.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of mid picks open and available. Annie.
I feel like Annie, he should just play Annie.
Yeah. Annie, Aurora, Akali, all great picks. Oh, they're doing it. They're doing
They're doing the thing.
This is when KRX ban Ryze.
And then they pick Annie.
Yeah. And then KRX go Aurora.
Yeah, UCal has had some good Aurora play, even into Annie.
Oh, they banned Yorick instead, so they want Jace. Okay, and I guess they feel confident they can play Cassiopeia into this. Maybe they didn't even want... They're like, wait, guys, we banned the Nivea. Shouldn't we just go Ryze?
I mean, Zeka's been a fantastic Aurora. So, if you want comfort and you want what's working, you could go for that, but Ryze, Pantheon...
I feel like you could just go the Jace here for Zeus with the Yorick band. The only thing is, I guess Rich would be happy playing Sion into it. But then if they go the Ryze, you know, if you go Cassiopeia, in the end, they're just going to lock in the Ryze themselves. It's going to be Cassiopeia for UCal. And presumably, you're going for the Jace here for Rich with that Yorick ban. That's what we're expecting. We'll see if he decides something else in the situation. Maybe they want a bit more frontline. But the answer seems to be no. They want the Jace.
Yeah, it was written in the bans, and they will select it. Now, Zeus does have an opportunity to do something crazy here, or he could just play Sion.
There's a lot of DPS on KRX, so they can shred a Sion. But, you know, a Sion is still a Sion. It's still a pretty solid tank. And that ult has a lot of threat. We'll see if Zeus opts to go in a bit of a different direction here, though. Goes for the Vayne.
Alrighty.
So we often see Vayne into picks like Renekton, you know, playing range picks in a melee and just able to keep them at arm's distance. Playing the Vayne into the Jace, pretty different. One thing is at level 6, you have so much all-in potential, chase down with the ultimate. But earlier on, the trading is going to be heavy. And it's going to be a lot around that tumble, using that empowered auto and dodging away from shock blasts. I think a major factor I'm concerned about for the Jace is we've seen Jaces before into Rise Pantheon. And
they die.
Yeah, and it's specifically this trio of Rise, Pantheon, Bard that are just like the perma roamers. So I fully expect to see them moving around the map, setting up plays, and just facilitating and shutting down KRX.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what we should expect. And I think if you're KRX, you should say, okay. Like, if you're the coaching staff, you say, okay, we have a very strong draft in itself. We have the ability, especially later on with Cassio and Yunara, to play a mid to late game that's extremely strong, tons of DPS, a solid front line with the Xinjiao. And we just got to worry about the early roaming and the aggression and everything that Humble Life Esports is known for. So very much playing another HLE draft, and we'll see if it works out for them this time. Here we go, game number 1 on the cards. Match 36 already.
That's crazy. To already be at 36.
Yep.
Okay, some early harass coming out. And you see the ward placement. One ward cleared out by Delight, but we have that ward there. Given some information on Kanavi. I think it's going to be important to track him. Pantheon in general, able to be aggressive early. And if he gets ahead, he can just run the game. Kanavi in general, very aggressive.
Yeah.
Zeus going the grasp as well, so can kind of just play around that. Rich having the electrocute, so a lot more bursty. Also exhaust on Zeus too, so in terms of all-ins, especially at level 6, I'm really worried for Rich. If he starts falling behind, could be a tough time.
Yeah, especially because Jace in the trade is very burst focused and Zeus has exhaust, so it's like, even if you do try to go in and like one-shot the Vayne, you're going to be in some trouble anyway. This level 2 is hit here, but not able to put on too much pressure on Dylan Lazyfield, playing very respectfully. Really, we just want to see Lazyfield not get too far behind in CS. That's been the biggest issue.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of instances where Lazyfield's just been shut out the game and unable to play, and the team has suffered as a result, understandably. And a lot of times it has kind of come down to how drafters set him up. I don't think this draft has really done him any favors, right? Playing into Caitlyn Bard with her Nautilus as your support. But it's also not the end of the world. And there is good gang setup, right, if Willa can make his way down there.
Even going to land a hook here. Bit of damage into the line, forces the heal to come out after the Slurkle.
Yeah, good trade there. The light chunked, summon it down. He's pretty low on mana as well. Both junglers are close to the bot lane if they want to try and play for something.
Bit of running around here from the two supports. Ondil's trying to get some vision and try to posture here for the Scuttle Crab for Willer. Might just be able to. Kanavi, of course, is looking to just get aggressive, but I think he's just crossing and going to the top Scuttle, which is definitely the right call, especially as Delight backs away.
Andal actually moving over here. With Willa to back him up. Like, he's still going, by the way. They spot Kanavi?
He got the Scuttle Crab, guys. he got it and he got out. It's not really much you can do.
I guess I don't lose anything massive on the bot lane. Lazyfield gets a call here, and we'll be back in lane to pick up this wave. So kind of had the timing to do so, but really extended roam there from the side of KRX. I think, honestly, the team who can impact top lane the first is really going to set this game in motion.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of threat that HLE have is trying to hit that hook. Nice try. But yeah, the amount of damage and threat they have as this game comes along, like when Vayne gets a couple of items, when Ryze gets his actualizer, and when Caitlyn gets through the trough, how do you deal with all of that damage, I do wonder, as a nice flash forced here in the mid lane by Delight.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, obviously, Willer has his ult to kind of, temporarily be a solid front line. But outside of that, both Willer and Andal will just kind of get melted. And they didn't opt to go for like a tankier front line in the top lane. Obviously, telegraphed they were going for that Jason and committed to it. But it will be a lot of explosive damage from HLE later in the game.
Yeah, maybe part of the reason why is just because that tank would kind of get shredded, especially by the Vayne, and maybe they just want to fight fire with fire, bringing in a third threat of their own that can maybe burst down some of these threats as the game does come along. There's been a lot of movement around this bottom river.
Andal's been pretty constantly fishing for opportunities, but I mean, it's given a lot of solo XP to Lazyfield, but Andal is like a whole level down compared to the Light. So, not ideal for the 2v2. Obviously, getting that Nautilus up to level 6 is a big factor. So far, though, pretty quiet how this game has played out. We do see Kanavi moving in towards the bot lane.
Yeah, he just loves to gank the bot lane, generally earlier than this, but he's been here multiple times besides that. He's here once again. Maybe trying to wait for the scuttle. As you oftentimes do, this would be level 6 for both of the junglers if they get them. Get the scuttle, that is. That ward is going to stay alive.
I was convinced that Andal would just go in there.
Oh, we got mid laners coming over as well. And it looks like Willer's just going to get it, so...
I think the risk with going in that situation is that if you hit Pantheon, he's gonna eat all that damage with his Aegis and just tank it up. Willer gets his level 6 with the Scuttlecrab, so he's now a much more relevant threat in these skirmishes, being able to soak up a ton of damage. We nearly had action, and honestly, a bit of growth from KRX. I remember they were the team who would just fight over the early Scuttle and die for it. That was their character trait.
It's not a good one to have.
No.
Yeah, it was a bit of an issue for them. I really like how they approached it, respectfully. They didn't just kind of throw all their stuff in and say, this is really important, so we really need to fight for this. Yes, it is very important, but there's a good approach that you can take, and they did take it. Unfortunately, not able to utilize it much. Nice little burst from Rich onto Zeus, but...
Okay, my concern, Ryze has mid-prio, Pantheon has ult. That wave is starting to push in, but they opt not to go for play top lane. But every time I see Zeka move from mid and Kanavi on the top side of the map, I'm instantly thinking, is Rich dead? So far, the answer is no. And we do see Kanavi pathing towards the bot side, so maybe he's going to live the lane another day.
See, oftentimes Cassiopeia picked in the Rise. Nowadays, we've been seeing a lot more Anivia, but obviously it was banned in this game.
I feel like the lane matchup isn't as much as the reason you pick the Cassiopeia. We have seen some Cassiopeias really hard win the lane, but it hasn't been a consistent thing. I mean, even like last series, we had Rise winning against Anivia.
Yeah. Going in on the UCal here, we got a Pantheon in the mix, but guess who's here as well? It's Willer. Zeka pretty low, and Kanavi also going to have to flash out of this one. Does pick up some T off of the ground, enables him to survive just a little bit and get that speed boost.
I think Andal interrupted Kanavi's stun with his dredge line there, which was very valuable at saving his mid laner. Zeka going for the aggressive play, not able to punish UCal there though, even with the backup. And it's a lot committed, right? A lot of flashes for the mid jungle of HLE, and they're still looking for more.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi no flash here, like, he gets the blue buff, but I don't know if he's getting away from this one. The Bard stun not going to land, but the trap is there. That's first blood for Cassio, but trying to turn it around. Zeka, Superlo does a bit to Willer, and now it's up to Guma against the two of them. The flash stun from Delight gets them one, but now they immediately have to disengage in a crazy fight in the jungle.
Yeah, Zeka realm warping in at such low HP, just didn't really see how that was going to work out, and they just lost those flashes on mid-jungle, so Kanavi and Zeka were kind of sitting ducks. The start of this, Kanavi's already so low. One issue, though, is that Lazyfield is so far away when they start this, but Kanavi is kind of just doomed from the offset. The Tempered Fate buys time and allows him to set up onto the Nautilus. Then Zeka Grell warps in at like 20% HP and just dies. Delight and Guma playing it well to get this kill and disengage. And this is when Lazyfield turns up and Guma knows that he has to leave. But chaotic, I think, is definitely the way I would describe that. Some interesting decisions.
Yeah. I don't mind that play from Kiyoom going very aggressively deep, just knowing the status of all the health bars, the fact that Willer was very healthy compared to Kanavi, even though ults were down. But it was good on HLE to be able to trade it back essentially evenly. Kiyoom does have a very small gold lead. A lot of that in the mid lane, actually. Whereas Delight's got some money. So we'll see how he utilizes that. Willer does come up here and get the grubs. Dragon's still on the map, even though it's just a Chemtech Dragon.
I think the thing that amazes me is that we haven't seen any kills or really ganks top lane.
No diving at all.
Yeah, I fully anticipated that would be HLE's game plan. Would just be dive top on repeat. And so far, nothing. I do think one way that Riot is trying to balance some of these champions with like semi-global or global ultimates is give them a really long cooldown. So if you end up having to play on the bot side, that doesn't work out. You know, you're sitting on that cooldown for such a long time, and it kind of means Rich can just play top lane 1v1 for a while as a result.
Yeah, you see that Kanavi's ult is only coming up now.
Yeah, it's coming up now. He's walking top. If Rich jumps, he's flashless, by the way. If he jumps in to melee form, he is dead.
They're just sending it. That's not going to work. Rich fast enough.
Yeah, I think he has to actually be either far up the lane or like actively jump in. If you just... That was ambitious, you know? And that should be Dragon for KRX.
I mean, a ping on a Kanavi as he's trying to spear Rich to stop his back and everything. As he does have smite. So that's going to be the first straight going over to KRX. Zeus might be able to get another plate as they're looking for Lazyfield here. That stun not quite going to land, but they're going to throw the Tempered Fate in. There's the trap. And I think this should be enough damage with the net, but the net gets blocked. Oh, but the barrier goes down perfectly. Timinged by Guma as he does pick up the kill.
So good, the timing. Trap is perfect. Peacemaker's perfect. The minions do end up blocking the net, unfortunately. But the barrier is early for Lazyfield and Guma. I honestly thought the ult might be a little bit early on that barrier, but I guess it just goes to show I don't know Caitlyn as well as Guma does, which I think is a bit of a no-brainer. Yeah, that minion pathing over. I mean, that's just perfect timing.
Yeah.
Can't beat that. So, nice pickup there. Already, this Caitlyn getting a bit of an advantage in between the two of them. 1,200 gold up, and Delight buys an early locket, which is a pretty solid buy for early impact. Just that shielding on demand in a skirmish can go a long way.
I feel like Delight's always been kind of a early locket buying enjoyer.
He did slightly buff the value a few patches ago after like an early locket. A little bit more shielding early. Just to entice people to buy it again. Delight, I guess, needed no such enticing. Locket enjoyer from the start. Oh.
Trying to take down Zeka here. He's in a lot of trouble with that miasma. Eventually it does time out and he is able to flash, but Ghost and flashed. And also super low on health. So UCal having a fun time now in the mid lane.
It's just so frustrating playing as a mobile champion into Nautilus Cassiopeia. And you get CC chained on the miasma and you can't flash out. KRX playing very aggressive on the back of the fact that they've chunked out the enemy mid.
Kind of just walking past the Cassiopeia, but it is Pantheon and Bard. Top lane, I mean, Zeus hasn't been bullied at all just because the top lane has been mostly ignored, so just naturally getting a pretty solid lead here.
Yeah, he's in a good spot right now as Vayne. And it just feels like Riches have to farm from a distance because of the threat, not only of the Vayne, but the Pantheon as well. Kind of understands if you walk up past a certain point, you are just dead. There is no real counterplay to that.
Delight's like, oh, he's right there. Gonna place a ward. Guma's by himself in mid. Gonna just pick up 2 plates casually. Feels pretty good about that. And yeah, HLE just kind of hanging out, and you know, they have their Caitlyn ahead. Zeka isn't that far behind, and obviously Zeus is doing well. So maybe they just say, I mean, we have great scaling. Let's just sit back and, you know, we don't have to do anything crazy, which is incredible to see this amount of restraint.
Not the HLE
idea.
we expected.
I had no idea they could do this.
I feel like we've been just talking endlessly about their aggression of following Kanavi in, and then they have a game like this where it's just like very slower paced, very much slower paced, and like trying to accrue minor advantages. As you said, not what we expected.
Maybe watched a few too many KT games, because this kind of just looks like KT.
I don't know, KT's last series, maybe they swapped. If we look at last series.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot more explosive from KT. Do you have Dragon in a minute? Second of the game, and HLE don't have one yet, so I feel like setting up for that pretty important already. KRX have moved in. Got a decent vision line, they're gonna get the scuttle as well. I think for HLE, they have a lot of ways to kind of like circumvent getting around a team, but for how that combo wants to function, I think getting the Kate set up with the traps is pretty important. It's quite hard to approach into KRX's composition, but I think it kind of goes both ways. It's like there's no one who's that good at sort of like pushing forward into the enemy team's space, because no one's that tanky, and there's a lot of things that are just horrible to walk into.
Yeah.
You know, if you walk into traps, kind of nightmarish. For KRX, I mean, Miasma, Nautilus, all these things. So I think once a team has space, it might be a little bit difficult to make your way in.
Yeah, which is really going to up the value on getting vision down early. And really, it's just been Kium who has been doing that. HLE Esports, I mean, Delight is backing, and Kanavi is top lane. So, I mean, maybe they want to kill a Jace instead, or maybe they want to get the Rift Herald, but they don't seem to care about the Dragon.
Yeah, just giving it up, which is, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's just a pretty bold choice. Depending on the soul, it kind of really influences whether it's good or bad. Comes in.
He's TPing into a little bit of a dangerous spot. They could just rotate over and dive in.
They could do it really fast with Realm Warp, but the wave is gone, so I think they'll maybe think twice.
I mean, Rich is just kind of hanging out, asking for it almost, and maybe a little bit too obvious. Is HLE Esports, they get the TP and they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, he was just kind of baiting it.
Yeah.
His team was behind him.
KRX ready for that one, and then HLE not overcommitting, not making the rushed play.
Insane.
Again, didn't have a wave set up as well, so that a dive would have been tricky. Definitely doable if it was just Rich, but obviously wasn't at that point.
Nice ward from you, Cal. He had an inkling that perhaps people were hiding in the bush.
A lot of focus from HLE has just been around trying to set up for this top lane.
We got Willer here, so... he's taking a bunch of damage, though. It's another nice shot into the turret. Looks like they really want to pick up this first turret.
Yeah, Rich is trying to match on the other side, but is way behind. This turret is just like an auto away. And Zeka's going to move up and pick it up. So eventually, the accrued efforts of all that time from HLE will pay off. And it definitely took them a while. Mountain Soul is the soul, by the way. So pretty big one by either side. Just the extra shielding. Especially when it is these squishy teams. And obviously Mountain Soul does really well with tanks. But given that extra effective HP to a squishy champ does go a long way.
Yeah. A little bit of an issue for HLE, though. It'll take them a while to pick it up. And just kind of like the discussion we had in the KT series up against BNK KRX. We saw a very late Mountain Soul come in. Has a little bit less value, but still going to feel good. Delight is he's playing Bard. He's getting in there. He's trying to put down some deep vision. He's trying to support Zeus and allow him to play aggressively. And he's going to do exactly that, as now Ondil very much caught here. He's going to try to flash, but he's already locked up by the binding. Just throws out the depth charge for some reason, just going to die. And now Rich, not very long for this world either, as that's just 2 free kills given over to HLE.
So this is what we're kind of looking for from this HLE composition. It took a while for them to really engage with it, but the Bard, Ryze, Pantheon playing through the Vayne. I mean, it can be the Vayne or the Caitlyn, but just playing through one of the side lanes with this trio, so effective. And that's what they look to secure here. So they move in, they catch the Nautilus. You can see the Dredge line comes out from Andal, but it's a little bit panicked. He throws it out and misses terrain, and then they just jump on him, take him out, and then here, the Realm Warp to block the Jace, to block Rich, and Delight even lockets himself. He's the one with aggro, so very low chance of him going down.
Yeah, and what was a pretty even game state turns into a nice little lead here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Delight with these aggressive tempered fates has been finding pick after pick. Andal, remember, he flashed even though he did die the last time around, so he's got to be very careful. No aftershock on this Nautilus. As now the Rift Trail just going to be dropped into mid. And KRX are kind of posturing for it, but not really able to get much out of this as Zeka looks like he was having fun there. The Miasma comes down, but not much value as Kanavi just puts up a shield.
Both teams very focused on this mid lane tower. And now moving up towards the top river, getting this Scuttle Crab. I mean, KRX are trying to chase them, but it's into a Bard, so... They want to fight. I think that's clear. The intent is there. Just unfortunately, HLE not opting into it. And I say that. Okay, double ult thrown down to look for a pick. Doesn't connect. Willa flashing out of that one. And Willa flash being down, you know, that's something. Obviously a long cooldown on flash. But Delight and Kanavi both burn ultimates in trade. And the Dragon's up in 30 seconds. So none of those are going to be up for the Dragon. And like, what you rank higher, like Willa's flash or both of those ultimates? That's the thing, is obviously the flash is a longer cooldown, but when it comes to specific next dragon fight, it doesn't really matter as much. We do see some item pickups coming in. Black Cleave of both junglers secured. Both AD carries pretty far along in their builds, 2.5 items. And both mid laners have their Rod of Ages completed and kind of that core done, so... Like, it is HLE with the lead, but I think KRX have some decent strength behind them. If you actually look, like 1,000 of the lead is between the supports.
Yeah, it's really funny how Delight has just been in more of the action, picking up a lot of assists. Willer, they're trying to bait out a Crescent Guard early. A lot of trading back and forth. LazyFeel has to be careful about that as the flash binding going to catch 2 to 0 follow-up. Just a little bit ahead of the play there was Delight. Mechanics-wise was nice, but it doesn't really amount to too much. And now they're going to find Kanavi here as everything in the kitchen sink is thrown into the Pantheon. And that's what you are dealing with this Cassio and Nautilus, as they will lock down one target and not allow them to leave. So now no jungler here for HLE. KRX, they do want to start up this Dragon, but they're a little bit low on some of their members, especially Andil.
Yeah, I think they're just so cautious.
I mean, okay, we're gonna
comes down.
Try to lock down Willer, but at the end of the day, Zeu's trying to take a 1v1 against Rich. The exhaust doing a lot of work there, as Rich should be going down. Andil as well. Super low, trying to give his life here for the Dragon, and they do get it. And now KRX really just tasked with trying to get away, and it looks like they will.
Okay, I feel like they were so cautious there, just very much respecting, even with HLE not having a jungler, even with the chance of stealing the objective being low, the threat of the remaining carries. And this play here, so Andal lands the Dredge Line on Pantheon, and there's just not a ton you can do to save him when the Miasma comes through. This Nautilus Cassiopeia combo, kind of a frustration to deal with. And then in this ensuing play, even though Zeus does find this solo kill
They're
off
just
the
doing
side.
that, by the way.
Oh. Yeah.
They're just doing it. They're like, okay, we just do it. They do have a nice trap set up, but that is Xinjiao. So he could technically just run in, but he is going to be pushed away and not really able to get into the pit at all, actually. And now going to throw up the Crescent Guard as Kanavi does go down once again, but no answer here for Zeus, as they don't quite have the cooldowns. 5 seconds away from the Nautilus depth charge. as Ondel's certainly thinking about it now. And the hook is just barely going to miss as Rich was coming in and they wanted to try to re-engage.
It's crazy that just worked, apparently. They just said, yeah, let's send Baron. The thing is, if you look at the Red Bull Baron power play, it's plus 150 gold. It's not a ton yet. It's still a big pickup, don't get me wrong. Still positive for HLE to get this. There hasn't shifted the tides of the game yet. We see here that having the setup, having the traps and the condemn to keep Willa away out the pit, very frustrating. Kanavi then jumps in and just dies. Everyone is low on KRX, but chasing into the Cassiopeia is just such a danger that they have to respect. Now, I'm really looking as that Red Bull Baron power play has gone negative. I'm waiting to see, can they get some gold on the back of this? I'm looking at those inner towers that are available, see if they can siege those. They have a Caitlyn, right? Pretty good for sieging. Some damage on the tower there at least.
Might as well siege a little bit as much as you possibly can. Still strong as a 5, even though, again, majority of the gold lead is on Delight. So he's looking for a second item here. Trying to lock down UCal, but even he was able to just slither his way out of that one. And that's really kind of been the setup for HLE, where they try to land an offensive Tempered Fate, and if they don't catch anyone, they do not commit.
Rapid picked up there for Uma, and I think should have actualized this soon for Zeka. Level 16 hit as well, so big spikes for the Rise. HLE, the gold difference isn't massive, but I feel like they're hitting their stride in terms of the power achieved. And they really need to be, because even though they got a gold lead, they had that Baron, which the power play is still negative, by the way, for now. But they're down 3 dragons. And I don't think Soul is really on the cards for them this game. It's going to take so long.
Yeah.
But denying the dragons, denying the Soul from KRX definitely needs to be a focus. I think baiting them into a fight around it could be a big thing. This is the dangerous part of the game. Like a minute before, 2 minutes, minute 45 before the objective. This is when teams are down just to throw down to try and burn summoners or something more. So KRX just kind of need to hold strong, clear waves, and not give away any big advantages.
Little bit of a struggle for Rich so far. He can't 1v1 the Vayne, and he can't 1v1 the Rise. So whatever lane he's in the quote-unquote side lane, he's just kind of getting bullied. Like, he's just being pushed in here, and now LazyFeel is going to try to come over, but you're getting actualized to death right now as down he goes to bounce. Way too much damage, and LazyFeel as well nearly loses his life. And just like that, mid lane's broken open, and bottom lane is broken open.
Well, that's a pretty crazy amount of damage from the Rise. I know we shouldn't be surprised at this point. We've seen actualize the Rise before, but every time it's just kind of mind-blowing how much he's able to do. Rich goes down. LazyFeel has to burn Flash as well, which is a huge hit for HLE. Huge hit for KRX. Huge boon for HLE. Looking into this next fight for the Dragon, I feel like you can just focus on going for the Shunara. The Light could even, like early on, if you ult LazyFeel and he has to ult out of it,
they're just sending it. The Jace is dead. The TP now will eventually come in as Zeka does go golden himself, but Kanavi is 1v1ing at your 80 carry. As down will go Zeka though, so that's a lot of damage out, but they still have 2 80 carries. It's Zeus and Guma just running them down as they try to jump into Zeus, but immediately Exhaust comes out as there's the stun on the UCal as well. He's just down, and it is a total wipe. HLE destroy him in the bottom lane.
That Kanavi just jumps on a LazyFeel. No flash, no easy way to get away, and he's soloed out. And even though Zeka ends up going down, Zeus and Guma are there for the cleanup. Also a great little stun towards the end from Delight just to make sure the Cassiopeia couldn't do anything too crazy. HLE getting a big fight win. They'll be able to secure the Dragon and get some damage on the base here.
Yeah, let's watch this again.
Just seeing the numbers come up it's insane.
Just said no flash.
Yeah,
on
no kidding. And you know, that no flash being burned just means Kanavi can just slide in and do this. One of the things we talked about in draft was going for the Nautilus instead of the Lulu, not having the extra peel for Yunara. And I think LazyFeel is feeling that right now. We see on the other side of the fight, the Nautilus just gets obliterated. So much damage from HLE. onto frontliners. Willer as well, and then that great stun from Delight just to make sure Cassiopeia can clean up.
UCal spent the whole fight stunned. He got condemned into the wall first, and then Delight Flash found him. Not a fun time. UCal still has Flash. I mean, there was not a good time to use it in the last fight, so understandable.
LDR picked up by Iwanishi as well, so his damage is really online at this point. I think, you know, Caitlyn, 4 items is when it just feels, especially when you got 4 items with IE LDR, that's when you're really pumping the damage.
Yeah. So maybe this is why HLE were playing so laid back in the early to mid game, because they just said, well, we don't need to play aggressively this time. Very strange. As going in once again is Kanavi on the lazy field, who does not get to play the game. And the Temper Fate comes in, saves Kanavi for now, but the Miasma is down. And yes, you'll eventually kill the Pantheon, but what about the rest of the team? Zeka, nice little dodge there. And the chase is on. As this is not, oh.
Wow.
Yeah, he saw him, and that was the end of it. Now Zeus says, well, or rather Zeka says, I'll just tank all this damage, and that'll be the end of those two. As that should do it, even if they don't end the game right now.
Yeah, they're kind of deliberating. Looks like they're going to go for Baron instead. But this was not a great fight for KRX. Started off with them kind of getting poked a bit, but then opting into it. Lazyfield ends up chunked out so heavily at the start. Again, Kanavi is just like heat-seeking towards him. But even though Kanavi goes down, Zeke manages to explode. Rich dodges the Petrifying Gaze. Great work there. And then Lazyfield. Oh, man. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Good stun as well from Delight. It's been pretty on point this game on the Bard.
Yeah. Feels like Delight saw the other great supports that are playing Bard to a high level, and he's like, yeah, I could do that.
You know what it is?
And he is.
People are like, you know, you can engage with Tempered Fate. And he's like, an engage support?
Yeah.
I'm in.
He's been doing that all game. The flash bindings as well.
That's how you pitch it, right? You just pitch Lulu as an engage support. Just flash wild growth yourself.
I feel like he has done that before. He's also done this.
So have you heard of this concept called a caster curse?
Yes. Yes, I have. They are real.
Yeah,
now that Malhouse is gone, it's an accepted fact. As now we're getting in onto UCal. This time the Petrifying Gaze is going to land, but it's not really going to help all that much. Zeka once again does go golden, and Zeus not accounted for. They might eventually take down the Rise, but the damage is already done. And again, they do not have the answer for the 280 carries that are left over after they finally chewed through the Rise.
He spawned in a trap and dead. 8-0-8 for Kumishi, 5-0-9 for Zeus. Both of them yet to die this game. Yeah, pretty smooth sailing when you have 280 carries like this. HLE going to close this one out. 3 dragons for KRX, but they never got the soul. And a much more decisive finish. I felt like this game was a bit of a slow burn early, but then we kind of saw that similar pickup of pace. Kanavi was like, I'm going to kill your 80 carry on repeat. And then we have 280 carries and you have none.
Yeah. It was a winning strategy, and I don't think one Nautilus was enough to handle all of the threats on the enemy team. And the Jace also really kind of fell flat. You know, some of it is going to come down to the way that the game was played out as well. But at the end of the day, they just got ahead, and that's going to be number 300 for Mr. Zeus.
Yeah, huge achievement, only behind Keen and Doran, who do have a pretty massive number themselves. But you can see behind him, Smeb and Rascal won't be picking up anytime soon. So,
why, you don't think they're going to win, or?
On a little hiatus.
Oh.
Yeah, so Zeus firmly in third for the time being. And you can see, again, slow burn and then just that quick ramp up in the mid game where HLE took over. We've seen, based on the stats, HLE tend to have a massive early lead, so this wasn't the most typical HLE game we've had within the regular season, but it did kind of end the same.
It ended very decisively. They found their angles, they took great fights, and it was with some reckless abandon for some of the members because they knew they had backup. They knew they had enough threats. As all the 5 members of KRX are at the computer trying to figure it out. We'll see if they have an answer for game number 2. Otherwise, HLE might just run away with this one as it's 1-0, and we'll be right back.
바텀 많이 커.
바텀
나 살짝 물리면 하겠다.
봐도
죽었는데 죽어도 돼. 죽어도 돼. 내 천천히 봐줘. 여기 나오면 쌍가 보자 여기.
맞게. 내 위치 봐.
하시 여기 노플.
야 신짜 프레.
아 오케이. 하시 못 봐 이거? 하시 노플. 아 인정. 데이스 해. 하시 노플이야.
많이 멀다.
데이스. 유나라 이 빠졌다.
천천히 가.
좋아. 판테온이 뒷날 잡았다. 유나라 노플.
깔아줘.
마드가 좋아. 볼만해?
보자. 봐봐. Euro and Canyon positioning pretty aggressively. And Kanavi's gonna go in, of course. There's the Rumble and Divine, and also the Oni over the top of Canyon with the shield up, survived for so long. But the DPS still there. Tobiel's gonna be taken out by this Rumble. Looking for Keenan.
Really clean game despite getting pushed back.
Get him, Zeus! What do I want? What is this?
잘한다.
Not really miss anything, so it's not the end of the world. So now we have an all-out here. Perfect is going to stack that passive. He's continued to go on to Dudu, as there is the Grim Deliverance, and now Dudu's in a bit of trouble, as still not able to get him into it. Pretty out of hand there, like these words very clearly. I think they got to show some respect to Gen G on some of these plays. The TP is coming in here, the arrow. Also going to hit Zeka into the mechanics. Right in there, the equalizer. Gigantic this time. The catch ruler, the double knockup is gigantic here from Zeka. And that is the fight that HLE were looking for. To allow so much space for your Yunara as well to push forward. They pick up 3 and are looking to get better.
That is going to be another bone skewer connecting. And Drummaker, gets caught by the flash from Carrier.
You know, something I was going to say earlier was Korea used his steadfast presence to heal the smash, and it grounded Carrier.
구르기 빠지면 안 보게.
Okay.
한 바퀴.
Okay. Well, Chiu is going to condemn one and then still just get killed by Carrier again. Oh, never mind.
적을 처치했습니다.
링백 찍고 한 거야? 그지?
Happy to take the 4 versus 5, or maybe it's a 4v4 as there's Corky in the mid lane. In goes Ona, and he's pretty tanky. Flash out from Luzon. That Boom connects as Carrier turns the montage back on. He'll find another one with the help of Faker.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the hush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the storm.
Just like the cast said, both of our series had overdogs and underdogs, and in both game ones, the underdogs made the overdogs work for it. Hanwha Life Esports get the win, but it wasn't easy. Kiwoom DRX stacking up the Drakes and forcing out some big plays by Gumayushi, and by that Vayne on the top side by Zeus, they get the job done in game one. Digon here alongside Wadid and Wolf. Let's take a look at that draft because, man, Vayne top is now meta, baby.
It is, and it's a common response to ranged top lanes like Gnar and Jace. Even though Yorick was banned away, I think they thought that was going to be enough. On top of that, the Ryze was still up, so they banned Azir and they banned the Yorick. The Vayne still comes through. But I have even bigger issues with the fact that they didn't grab the Lulu for the Xin Zhao Yunara that they already had set up, and they got the Nautilus with the Bard completely open with Gumayushi's Caitlyn. Like, you were always going to have a hard time getting control of the bottom side of the map, and they just made it even tougher for themselves by just picking the Jace here and allowing the Vayne counter pick to mean you're losing on both sides of the map.
I mean, so first, I think them having a Nautilus helped a lot in the early game, I think, because they got the 2 Drakes out of it. So I think that was fine, but the issue is the top lane. I think still, like, playing Vayne into Jace is kind of risky, but I think he had the new build again. We only had Fleet Footwork and Lethal Tempo Vayne, but this time around it was Grasp. And I think he literally had no chance in lane or outside of the lane. So I think Zeus kind of executed really well.
Yeah, the Grasp making him super tanky, bruiser Vayne in the top side, but also can assassinate you. Also has exhaust. Getting a little K'Sante ass because we take a look at the gold difference here at 14 minutes. It's been pretty good for Hanwha Life Esports, but Kiwoom DRX did a good job keeping the gold lead pretty close in touching distance here.
Well, it was just a more methodical game here by Hanwha Life Esports. They picked their battles a little bit more carefully. They didn't look for anything that was too hyper-aggressive, and I don't think that Hanwha Life Esports needs to play like this all the time, but it does feel like they almost use this game as a little bit of an experiment to see what happens if they did. And they did not just overforce. They just saw clear opportunities, clean opportunities only.
So yeah, they gave up 2 Drakes in the early game, gave up some pressure from the bot lane, but they got the vision control for the Vayne on the top side. So I think this is one of the playstyle where KT played better, just slow roll, play based on the matchup. But I think HLE now expand their playstyle just like KT, and I think this is not like they did wrong. I think they just played smart.
Yeah, they played to wait for fights that made them feel safe and comfortable, as Woodid said. So let's show you the moment where they felt safe and comfortable to make the play on the bottom side of the map onto Rich and Andal.
So you already have insane lead on the Vayne from the laning phase, and then on top of that you have Bard and Pantheon to rotate, and at this point your map is pretty wide, and Pantheon and Rise on top of it, they can cover all over the map.
We haven't talked about Pantheon and Rise as a duo as much as we did at the beginning of the season, because we kind of felt like most teams figured out, hey, you're not probably going to get that. We're not going to allow that. Even though it didn't end up continuing that insane win streak that it had, it still was always a very strong threat. And this game, to me, just felt like it was HonLife Esports reminding QMDRX that that was the case.
Yeah, and also we saw BDD playing Rise into Anivia. I think Zeka did kind of similar thing. He played Rise into Casio. I think 2 best mid laners in LCK right now, showing off that they can just still play the Rise even though they have the counter matchup.
Yeah, and when I think about the more recent Rise Pantheons, I think about an aggressive early game Pantheon, and then things don't quite go well here. HonLife Esports syncing it up perfectly, then taking control of this game. The Drakes did stack up, but they finally find the fight that they want at 27 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, in the team fight, they just know what they should do, separately. Even though the fights were looking kind of messy, it was really great usage of a Bard ulti. And I think in this kind of team fight, the reason why top Vayne is so valuable is you can't really hunt him down, but he's gonna kill them all.
Yeah, I mean, my big thing in this fight is LazyBeal lost his flash because he got rised. He got actualized in the last moments that happened right before this. And in the fight, he's like, I gotta stay so far back. I'm the Yunara. I'm the only one who can carry this fight. I'm the only one who's gonna do damage. Kanavi's just like, I see you. I've stunned you. You're dead. And he's like, he couldn't have been further away. He's like, I'm just gonna be super safe. But actually, ironically, he probably should have been a little bit closer to his teammates. They could have healed for him, and he could have layered that damage in. Instead, he just gets picked off at the very beginning. And it was a terrible game state for them. What really could they have looked to do? It's just a tough one. QMDRX are having a lot of struggles right now. They've been pretty open about it. Joker's talked about how they're trying to turn things around. He hopes the players don't get discouraged, but I don't know. Hopefully this is the bottom right now in terms of performance, because I think this team on paper could do way more than what we're seeing so far.
I mean, I think that's again from the top side, and Reach, he had to blind pick Jace and had to play into Vayne again. It was a really countered matchup. It kind of turns out that you can't really play into it, and that was HLE picking second pick in the first selection. That's the reason why a lot of top teams are trying to have the second pick in the first selection. But now QMDRX, it seems like they want to go for first pick again. So that means Reach, he has to blind pick again against Zeus, one of the best counter pick top laners. So I think I strongly doubt that they're going to have a successful in the game 2 as well.
Yeah, well, first pick, and maybe a first win here for QMDRX. You can hear the question mark in my voice. I don't know. It just seems difficult right now. Hopefully LazyBeal and the rest of the squad can get something going here. This is going to be one of the matches at the homestand when QM play in Vietnam. Let's see if they have a little bit more fight in them today here at Lowell Park.
Thank you guys for the breakdown as we're getting ready for game number 2. As QMDRX desperate to come back and get some kind of win as they head into the home ground, the home front. And I don't know, HonLife Esports just looking pretty good. I like their measured take to that game number 1. And hopefully, they show us the real HLE in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it shows more dimensions to them if they can also play a more controlled style.
Yeah.
And that same typical rampant aggression that we've seen for them so far this season. But definitely felt a bit unfamiliar territory watching it.
Yeah, definitely did. I just missed the diving, the 2 turrets, and everybody going crazy and still winning. But we'll have to wait and see how they do play and what the drafts look like in game 2.
Those games are very fun to watch. But you know, a win is a win. 1 game down. Picked up the 300 wins for Zeus. I didn't see how many assists the Light got.
Get in there.
Let's
find it. We did have first
13,
pick selected.
13, so he needs 3 more. Even if...
That was a lot of assists.
Even if they lose this series, it's pretty much a lock-in that he's going to hit his milestone. But based on game 1, odds are looking pretty good to win. We see the draft opening up, and Jarvan going to be the first ban in this situation. Obviously, with Pantheon and Zhao out the window, probably if that pick goes up even more so. I guess we could just see similar bans to last time. A lot of the bans then were just like the OP typical ones, like your Varuses, your Orianas, your Rumbles. And then it was Ezreal and Karma were the other 2. So Karma, I think, will definitely get banned. What is Kiwum DRX going to ban, though? Because I feel like you kind of put the weight on HLE to ban Karma. So you could go in a little bit of a different direction. Azir?
Azir.
Okay. I mean, mid-pool, there's still a fair bit of picks available. Still like the Aurora as an option, the Annie. Presumably it's just Karma ban for HLE. And then in terms of first pick, we have occasionally seen the Annie first pick. Sort of in the past couple of weeks.
Ezreal.
Ezreal ban instead. So it's Karma first pick, presumably. Jhin Karma is an option.
Do they take the Jhin away? Do they care enough? I mean, the Karma's obvious.
I think the problem is, what would you pair the Jhin with? I mean, Jin's pretty good on his own, but like Jhin Bard's not an option. Jhin Nico loses to Karma, depending on what the AD carry pairing is. You could go like Ashe Seraphine if you wanted. But they commit the Gnar pick coming in for Zeus. Zeus will get that, and Zeka will get Annie. So not even giving any look towards the bot lane. Just giving over the Karma and saying we are fine with that. We have no issue. If I'm Kiwum DRX, I probably grab the Jhin here. And then, in terms of a pick after that, you know, we've often seen the Aurora matched into the Annie.
It's a favorite of you, Gals.
Yeah, could just go for that.
Or maybe you look for something that can deal with Gnar a little bit early on.
Maybe you could go for like Wukong for a denial, because you don't want to play in a Wukong Annie. Also gives you some engage that you don't have. No, instead looking towards the Ambessa. Presumably Ambessa top. Seen it kind of fall off in the jungle.
Willer had a moment there where he was just like, I'm not sure, but okay, let's do it. So, yeah, still open to be flexed.
I feel like in this situation for HLE, you're probably not going to pick a bot laner, just because a lot of bot laners, to match Jhin Karma, you kind of want pairings. So probably just going to go for jungler here. Wukong pairs well with Annie. Go for the Neferi instead. We've seen Neferi being played more and more, having some good success. Originally came on the scene as like a counter to Vi, because obviously you can just immune her ultimate. Obviously into a Jhin, you can just dodge his full shot and then he's dropping his bullets and everything.
Yeah.
But, I mean, as much as Annie Neferi is really frustrating to play into, because it's, you know, point and click city. Not exactly like prime Neferi situation, because some games it feels really dominant. Aurora gets banned out to no real surprise. I think for Kiwum DRX, you probably ban maybe like, I was going to say Ashe or Seraphine, and then maybe a Lulu.
How about a Xayah?
Already gone. What?
A Xayah.
Why would you ban Xayah?
Guma loves Xayah.
Why would you play Xayah into Karma Jhin? That sounds miserable.
I mean, they don't seem to care about, you know, getting in positions in bottom lanes. I feel like especially nowadays we've seen a lot of overdogs winning lanes even when they're behind.
It's weird they banned the Vi. I was just talking about how Vi was like, you know, Neferi was picked as a counter to Vi, and they banned Vi as the team with Neferi. Definitely an interesting take on the situation. Corki comes through. Corki Nami definitely something that could survive the lane, although it would be a bit on the back foot. So really trimming the power of these duos. It's interesting they opt to ban the AD carries. We normally see the support banned.
Sivir is another Guma pick.
I think Sivir makes more sense.
Jinx. That's not a pick. MF is another one of his go-tos. And it could follow up big on the Annie stun or an R stun.
I mean, you could go... I mean, MF's a strong laner. You could also go like MF Leona and just look to kill Karma. That is a plausible strategy. But, you know, obviously if things don't go well in lane, you're going to be in for a tough time. A lot of explosive damage, but also a lot of champions on the side of HLE that are very snowbally. You know, feast or famine. So we'll see how they go. KRX considering the Poppy as an option. Obviously very strong front line and so much movement speed with the Karma backing it up. And what is Yukal going to play in the mid lane? Into the Annie specifically.
We just saw Hui into it, picked into it by Daystar in our first series. It didn't go well.
Yeah, it wasn't super convincing.
Solo kill at level 3 didn't help. And he says, I'm going to play Mel.
Okay, I mean, I don't think this is the best Mel angle. I mean, it's the light, so he's just going to go the Rel. Like, not as much 2v2 pressure as the Leona would have into the Karma, but, you know, your ult combo is really powerful. There's a lot of wombo on the side of HLE. Playing the Mel into the Fury Annie seems very unfun. They can just kind of post 6, you're so liable to just be exploded.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit of a concern for KRX. My other concern is that when fights start, you know, if they just pop everything and explode someone, fight could be over the moment. But in fairness, you know, Jhin can operate at a safe distance. Mel's like mid to long range, I mean not long range, but like, you know, mid range, and has her W for a bit of safety. And like Rel's playing into Poppy, which isn't the most fun. It's also Jhin Karma into a melee support. So yeah, I think HLE has a work out for them in this one.
Yeah, it just feels like sometimes they just pick stuff that they're confident on and they say, well, the lane might be rough, but we're going to get through it and we're better than them, so I'm going to play my Rel. You know, that's been something we've seen before. We saw it in Nautilus. That Delight played the other day into, I think that was King Karma. Either way, that is going to be the comp. It's definitely a very dangerous engage comp from the side of HLE, and that's where that aggression might be coming through. And we'll see if Willer on the Poppy can help them get through some of these team fights in Game 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Alrighty, game number 2 on the cards here. KRX behind the game. Has the barrier already utilized by Guma.
Yeah, Clan's gone by Lazy Fuel here. Really not a ton of cleansable CC. There's like the Gnar into the wall and the Wallop, but if you're getting hit by that, then, you know, you're kind of cooked anyway. There's the Annie, obviously, and the Rel does have a Q stun. Does make you weaker a bit in the trades, but I guess it's another situation of we're so strong in the 2v2, I don't think I need barrier. And we'll see if the situations later where the cleanse does save him. For now, some decent trading back coming in. These double ups from Mishi getting a ton of value. Okay, but they did just get hit by Mantra Q from Anil. Both guys, you need to start getting hit by these.
That's 3 in a row! What's going on? I mean, they're going to hit level 2. And hopefully...
Okay, nice. They dodged that one.
Yeah, they did. Nice.
That's called growth.
Well, you can see that they... well, Kanavi's here. Who could have guessed?
Yeah. Oh, Delight's going to flash it. Okay, he's on a ward.
He's looking for Willer. I mean, he's going to find him. And says, I'm the Fury. I mean, what are you going to do at level 3? Not too much, as Poppy.
Yeah, and no lanes are moving at the moment. They're kind of locked in on what they're doing. Now we see Andal and Lazyfield. Well, Andal specifically trying to move up. Willer feels confident to start this up. Kanavi has moved off. There's a lot of information achieved. And he's like, oh, well, I know where you are. I know that you don't have red buff and where you've been, so I'm just going to take your red buff.
Fair enough, Kanavi. He's like, well, what do I do if I don't get a kill at level 3 in the bottom lane? This is weird. I guess I'll just invade the enemy jungle and take all his stuff.
Well, the red buff at least.
Yeah, all his stuff. Yeah. Red buff.
Wow, that's a reference to the... what was it called again?
I know the Korean name.
What was the Korean name?
I don't think anyone will get that one. But it was basically just like a...
I know what it was.
Like a group event.
Yeah, I know what it was. The content show thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what it's a reference from. I don't remember what the name is, and you're not helping by saying, oh, I know the Korean name.
Yeah.
Keep your secrets, Brendan.
But I don't know the English one, so it's not going to help us now.
Keep your secrets, Brendan.
Yeah.
I see how it is. Well,
they don't really seem to care about the Shin Karma at all.
Red Buff team came second, right? What was your team name? Your team was the blue team, but you didn't call yourselves Blue Buff. You missed a trick there.
Yeah, we were a little bit more original.
What do you mean?
Sorry, Wolf.
Wow.
No, I actually really liked Red Buff, especially because...
it's coming to me. I think the name of it was Lane Mates The Desk Games, and that's not because production wrote on the prompter.
Yes, thank you, production. Or was that Degon? We don't know. Didn't have the Degon stamp on it, so it's probably Sumbi. I'm guessing. Yeah, thank you, Sumbi. But, kind of forget. Our name was like Global... Oh, it's Global Gang. That's what it was. Gang, 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 yeah.
Oh, I remember. Oh, man, good times.
All right, we're going in here. And we're going out here. All right, we're going back here.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing fine in farm so far. Gumi even got an early cull, so a bit of extra sustain and that investment.
Say it's level 6. Gets an R on the wall. I don't think he gets a kill here, but Rich immediately...
I mean, it was pretty slick regardless. Doesn't get the kill, but he is ahead sizably in this matchup. You can kind of see he's been making Rich feel the pain.
You know, we've seen a lot of Ambessa in top lane and losing matchups when they have a lot of CC in the squad. That kind of like sets up the Ambessa, you know? They have Poppy. And a Jhin root.
They have a Yukal root as well.
Okay, well...
Andal root.
Yes. Technically, they do. It's no Annie Nautilus.
Oh,
they're trying to dive Rich now, and Willer is here with Flash. But Zeka's here as well. The flash over the wall, that is the end of him. First blood goes over to Zeka. And that's the HLE we know and love. Meanwhile, Guma has to play by himself. Weak side AD carry. He's taking a beating, has to flash away.
Well, flashes at the last moment, gets chunked out heavily. Fortunately, Lazyfield doesn't have his ultimate available yet to follow up on that. But a pretty proactive play from HLE on the top side nets them a sizable lead. You can see Zeka was a bit behind in mid, now has a gold advantage, and Zeus is really twisting the knife here. And the end result is, I know Guma did lose his sums, which is a hit, but still within touching distance in terms of farm.
What are we doing here? We're ganking Zeka. He doesn't have his flash to use in the top lane for the gank, as tons of damage already coming in. Zeka trying to dodge as much as possible, but the damage is too much, and he does come down.
Good move there. Zeka not having the flash available made that easy to set up with the pathing from Andal. Now, Navi's coming over, is level 6. Smite secure from Willow will get it, but he's still not level 6, still behind a good amount. So just want to hit that as soon as possible. I feel like, okay, last game we had the 280 carries, right? Guma and Zeus, and now both of them, I know Na's not really an AD carry, but both have gone Cole. They're just interlinked.
Andil in a little bit of trouble here. We got the follow-up from Guma and Kanavi. But he just heals and runs away. Utilizes the walk strategy. As now we got a bit of a mix-up. The curtains are open. They want to burst down one target. That is Kanavi, who does get taken out. And Andil drawing a lot of aggro, getting super low, but he's Karma. Able to get away. Now Guma in an awkward spot. Just going to throw out the bullet time. And doesn't have much support as Zeka and Delight run away. And it's 2 kills over to KRX.
Just ends up being a bit of an overstep. Great setup for Lazyfield to get an ult off. And I feel like HLE biting off more than they can chew on that one. Guma having no sums as well means he was just super overextended in the end result of that play. Kanavi ends up not really achieving much there either. Had ult, had flash, and just kind of goes down. We'll see the replay of it. So they're looking for Andil, but the stun doesn't connect from Delight. I think maybe if it had, they might have just fully committed for this play, and Kanavi would have ulted. Then they hang around looking for more. They get slowed. Yukal has this great flank angle, and it's kind of pincer with the Jin'll works so well. The stun from Willa into the root just means Kanavi doesn't get to play the game. Andil kites out low HP. And then initially it looks like Delight might be in trouble, but they just kind of say, oh, Guma has no sums, let's turn on to him. There is a flash forced by Lazyfield, but still positive.
We heard some like mini Nisus in there, and then Joker was like, no, we gotta up the vibes in this booth.
Yeah.
Can't be hard when things going right.
Yukal's 3-0 on this Mel. Pretty scary.
Yeah, he kind of got the freebie onto the Annie, and then he picked up the 2 in the jungle.
Yeah, and the thing is, in this composition for HLE, if you fall behind, like these champions are not comeback champions. This is not like Sivir Yumi where you just chill and eventually you're going to be strong. Like, yes, there's still like the engage wombo combo aspect of it, but there is things from KRX that can make that hard, like the Poppy, even the movement speed for the Karma. But like Neferi, Annie, MF are just these champions that are like, you know, if they're behind, it's a bit underwhelming. 50 gold?
Zeka doesn't do the pullback that we saw from BDD. He sent it into the bush to scout. And unfortunately, that cost him 50 gold. Well,
it didn't cost him.
It didn't cost
opponent 50 gold.
I mean, yeah.
It increased the goal differential
technically,
by 50. Yeah.
So HLE had that one play, the extension there on the wall up, not going to land this time. We've seen a lot of that.
Oh, we have the hubris first from Kanavi. I mean, this item got buffed.
Yeah.
And it's nuts in solo queue. I think they're actually planning to nerf it into the ground.
Kanavi in his itemization brings it into pro. We got another Andil gank coming through here, but the hop is available. And so is the boomerang. Answer Q comes in, and Zeus is going to respect it with the flash. As Kanavi says, oh, maybe I can take this dragon then. Swiller does show up, but TP coming in from Zeka. And HLE really want to stake their claim on this objective.
Yeah.
Vision here, Zeka's got the angle, has flash, and oh man, they're getting caught in the wombo. Not a lot of damage actually connects though. Nice ult away from Willer, and no kills just yet. And now the angle here once again from Lazyfield. Very nice, but Willer super low as the flash comes in, and Guma will secure it. Snubblove nearly catches Yukal there. But at the end of the day, kind of pulling teeth here for just the 1 kill for Hanwha Life Esports. Now the re-engage onto Andil. The stun lands, and he's able to just get away. Tons of damage actually going into Delight. The 4th shot would be nice, but
oh, he wants to so bad.
Ooh, he can't get in range.
He wanted to do it so much, but he resisted the temptation. Likely would have been certain death if he went after it.
Worth.
So, not the most structured fight. Delight gets this attempt at a huge engage, but the Poppy does an okay job of neutralizing it, and then Willa knocks away the Neferi to kind of just disengage Kanavi from the fight. Jin'll, honestly, the angle was good, the potential was massive, but Delight just blocked all the shots. Really disappointing, honestly, for the side of KRX. Because with those low health bars, you really expect to be cleaning up those kills with the Jhin.
Yeah, now maybe trying to set something up here on the top side once again, going back to where their bread was buttered a little bit early on. This is on Vision. Wheeler's right here. And he just gets to stand next to Rich. Steadfast presence available and say, nope, not going to happen this time, guys.
But we look at the top lane matchup, and I don't think it really matters whether or not they pull off the dive. It's a pretty big lead. Yeah. And we often talk about Ambessa being this pick, where it's like the really strong one-item spike with Eclipse that we always see in top lane Ambessa. I don't think it's going to make up for that big of a discrepancy.
Yeah. Also, if you don't get to buy the item for many minutes, that's certainly going to affect its efficacy. Is now Rich. Oh, Delight has snuck in here. But
so actually the big thing with one-item spikes that people don't often talk about, you actually have to buy an item to get the spike.
Yes, absolutely. Zeus is like, I've got a combo here. I can throw this in, but now the public execution straight in onto Zeus. Delight is here trying to peel for his buddy, and he will be able to. Meanwhile, in the enemy jungle, Yukal with a big shutdown available, but he just kites it out and kills Kanavi. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Delight in a lot of trouble here. The knockback, and Willer not quite able to land it, meaning Delight does get away.
Kanavi trying to find the assassination attempt and just is not successful. You've opted into this snowballing item that's conditional. Like, a lot of the power is based on getting initial kills. We see here, doesn't quite have the damage to kill Rich. Rich turns it around and it gets a little bit hectic. Zeus, unfortunately for KRX, it ends up being Andal who gets the kill. But they'll still take it. They'll still take this shutdown here. Didn't want to risk it, him getting away. And in the meantime, Kanavi's like, oh, I can just jump on Yukal. But you're not full HP when you go for it. And even with the tippers to help, just gets nuked. But again, you bought an item where so much of the power is locked behind, you have to get a takedown, and then you get that extra AD. Yeah. And it stacks up over the course of the game. Like, if you had, say, we saw a lot of Eclipse-based items from Nefarious, if you had that extra damage, could that have made the difference, maybe? Perhaps.
Yeah. I think it still would have been very close, but could have been the difference maker. It was a relatively long chase, and even the ult came in, so could have been the difference for sure, as we do have this Drake up still. As it feels like HLE haven't really been showing a lot of pressure on the Drakes. You know, they gave up 3 in the first game and didn't seem to care. Eventually went on to win it anyway. And now they haven't found an angle to take it, and neither have Kium, so Zeus says, I'll just do the Rift Turret. All right.
But yeah, pretty easy to do that. I mean, ultimately, this is a really late first dragon. It's not even being really prioritized now. So Soul's just not honestly on the cards. Looks like KRX, like, Willer moved up to try and contest this, but was just a bit late. I feel like game 1, we kind of had a situation where, you know, KRX were focused on the dragons. HLE were kind of like, we'll leave it for now. We'll have another focus. Neither team this game really cares about dragons, it seems.
Yeah. They just do not care at all. A dragonless game of League of Legends. I mean, we haven't had a big fight anywhere near the dragon that has led to the teams being able to take it. I mean, there was that one in the jungle, but
I think
some low health bars. And, Lazy Peel in a lot of trouble here, has to flash away.
Yeah, Clean's not really helping too much in that situation. And eventually has to commit the flash there. Ghostblade, I think, was on cooldown.
Andal just kind of backing awkwardly in the river, trying to get to the wall, and he will be able to, but the chase of the Nefiri does lock him down.
Okay, kill secured. You also get some stacks on your Hubris and the extra power it offers you right now. That 17 extra AD. Not insignificant.
We'll see if it helps him out here as Delight hits his milestone of 4,500 assists.
Perhaps it is insignificant if that happens, but congratulations to Delight for that huge achievement. 10th for LCK total assists. And pretty up there in terms of supports.
really, there's been like so much going on in this game, so much back and forth, a lot of like HLE getting caught and doing pretty aggressive things, but it not paying off. Kanavi dying 3 times.
Look.
And at the end of the day, there's a gold lead for HLE, and it's just Zeus and a little bit of Guma.
You said to me, though, you wanted to see the over-aggression.
Yeah.
The aggression from Kanavi. We're getting it.
Yeah.
You know? The monkey paw kills. Yeah, this was just several leaps too far, we'll say.
Yeah.
But they are, as you said, still ahead. Massive gold lead on Zeus. Gumishi has a substantial gold lead as well. And I feel like the Knot is just going to continue to be a problem in the side lanes. But I still feel like HLE's composition, they still have the Wombo combo.
Any face checkers? Says Willer, super low, but he is Poppy. Just going to throw out the Magnet Storm, catches them both eventually, and everybody gets caught up in the damage, including UCal, who gives a massive shutdown worth the gold over to Kanavi.
Yeah, UCal just kind of face checked there. It was a bit of a weird one, but a nice pick setup from HLE that gets rewarded. And just like that, 21 stacks in the Hubris, ton of gold comes in a pocket.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they're looking for more.
Yeah, I think Andal is just dead here. He doesn't have flash. The turret's gone. And Kanavi's like, wait, give me that kill. And eventually, he will get the kill.
Yeah,
so
that was
3 in a row.
Not very difficult to kill a Karma for Kanavi, but suddenly the momentum swings. Maybe the whole Hubris Briar was like when you buy Medjais with low stacks and just stack it up. Here, they dump a lot onto Willer. And UCal just kind of walks in. I guess didn't see the light initially, but even so, that was kind of crazy to just wander in like that.
Yeah.
As a Mel, you know, as a mobile champion.
Like, you know, there's champions there you can just like throw a bunch of stuff into that bush. But I guess because Andal was there as well, they were like, maybe we win this fight, so let's push the envelope. But either way, pretty strange as Rich is going to taxi on Aguma. Zeka was on the chase with the TP, but couldn't find the angle.
On the back of that, I feel like HLE's position now is a lot more stable, the gold advantage they have. They're looking to fight.
Yeah, Zeus doing a good job of baiting them into this one, and it looks like Andal's going to have to pay the price once again. It's been a rough time for him in the last 5 minutes. The curtains opened up just to be met with a bullet time to the face. And meanwhile, we got Kanavi going in by himself into the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
Just giving over some money, you know.
Well,
being generous Giga Chat.
No one can ever say he's a KDA player.
That's true. I don't think he cares about that at all.
Flank coming in from Rich, looking for maybe Zeka. The stun comes through, and that kind of puts a stop to that.
Yeah, the root also going to miss. And Zeus is having a great time of just running at that miss. He flashes into 4 people, has the Meganar coming up, and they know that they can't really do much into Zeus. That is going to be his flash down. Mikhail's thrown out onto Rich. The root is blocked here by Delight, as Rich was getting a lot of value in there. That's how they're not going to keep Delight around, and HLE finally backing away.
You really asked for this, by the way.
I did.
I'm blaming this on you.
This is wild.
There is no off button for this team. You know, they had the controlled game, game 1. Maybe that was like...
It was like a test run?
That was like the homework, you know?
Yeah.
Like, guys, you have to do the assignment.
It's the daily quest.
You have to do the calm, relaxed, slow game. And if you do, you can have a little bit of fun in game 2.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit too much fun for Kanavi. The Poppy pick definitely doing pretty good against the Neferi.
So...
이거 빼는 게 좋아. 이거 좀 오버 좀 하지 말아라.
Let's back, he says. Don't overdo it.
I wonder at what point he said that.
I just wonder how many times he said that since the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Because,
you know what?
Yeah.
Some teams just, they really need someone who's there to say, guys, chill.
You never thought it would be Delight, too. Like, he's kind of the guy that always used to go in. And even early this year, I remember a lot of Rakan games where he just did insane things, not in a good way.
I wonder if, like, prior to this year, Delight would say he was an aggressive player, and now after playing with Kanavi, he's like, I'm a player of mild temperament.
Yeah, he's seen some things. You know?
he's
really he's more experienced now.
He understands what it means to really be aggressive.
Yeah. Delight wants it, you can tell. And there it is. He's going to catch two. The follow-up a little late, but eventually Zeka comes in, and there's the bullet time. That is how the composition works. You layer the ults, you kill the people, and you just take them down. The burn is good. The bleed from the Nafiri. That's 4 kills. Just like that, it's only Lazyfield who's still alive.
Pretty explosive finish, and this kind of shows what HLE composition wants to do in the team fights. You get that big wombo combo. It's the textbook Delight Rel. You know what? This is the measured aggression that Delight has. Lands it. Follow-ups there. Yukal tries to slide out, but still gets caught in it, and they just get obliterated. Rich on the backline does kill Zeka, but dies for that trade, and Andal just bleeding out over time.
And Willer was standing right in the front, you know, like he was there. He's like, I'm Poppy. I'm gonna press my W. You're not gonna engage. And Delight flashes on them, and he's like, oh crap, like I didn't see that coming. By the way, we've had 1 Drake take. This is so weird.
This is not a Drake heavy game.
I feel like this is a record or something. We might hit like lowest Drakes in the game taken if none of the other Drakes are taken.
No. Do you not remember that game? I remember because we did that on the space, and the dragon was sitting there for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Without dying. Like, that was crazy.
I just feel like, especially nowadays, we have so much prio on the Drakes.
That wasn't that long ago, to be fair, the example I'm talking about. Yeah. That, at the time, also felt insane and egregious.
Yeah. Oh, wow, okay. Gonna try to knock him into them, and that's a big ult of 3 to get them away. Unfortunately, it kind of felt like they were already done with the fight, so they're like, oh, okay, we got ulted away. Now we got a Mega Gnar, potentially. Yeah, there it is. And the push continues as they run back after the Poppy ult knocks him away.
So I'm going to deal with these Baron up waves. There's just this constant pressure in the mid lane right now. This tower taking so much damage.
I mean, they're 10,000 gold ahead.
I mean,
MF
has so much movement speed, yeah.
Just run left. And Zeus is like, you know what? I'm just going to TP after him. Let's just, yeah. Well, nice try, Rich. You had to do something desperate to try to come back in this game, but I think that was maybe a bridge too far.
Perhaps.
A TP too far. And HLE at this point with Baron, they just want to get as much value as possible. Maybe even end this game at this point. They're like, what are we having for dinner, guys? Because
like
it doesn't look like Hume have a chance.
I mean, the Baron power play is over 4,000. And, oh. It just feels like the base is folding.
Zeus could have like flash ult right before the end of his Mega Gnar, but instead he's like, no, I'm just gonna show him who's boss. Kanavi goes in, of course. He's just zoning them. And he actually is. He's pushing them away from the turrets as his team kills the structures. This time Delight's engaged, not really gonna get it done. Guys, you do have to hit the Nexus if you want to win the game, as they kill Rich instead. And now they'll hit the Nexus, I guess. Having a bit of fun is HLE, but in the end of the day, it is a 2-0. And it finishes off in pretty nice Hanwha Life Esports fashion.
Yeah, I feel like that last push was just keep taking more, keep taking more, keep taking more. Okay, game's over. You know, really make the most of the advantage they had. Game 1 was way more tempered than we expected to see. Game 2 was a return to the HLE we've come to expect. The aggression, the confidence from the team, and having some fun on the Rift. You know, Delight had the little clip of him saying, guys,
yeah,
just back off. It was pretty
chill
funny.
Out, please. Yeah. Well, you got to vote for POM. I'm not really sure who you vote for. I could see a Delight angle. I feel like the Delight angle is not bad. And you are the support voter. Although you weren't yesterday when I voted Justice for supports and you voted for Chogi.
Yeah.
It is what it is. And let's see what Guma's got this time. He's like, I see you. Nice Jin Karma. I didn't have to play Jin today, he says. I have more in my arsenal than just the Jin.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had a great showing today. I feel like in terms of the firepower of the team, it was Guma and Zeus really, like having massive leads. And it felt like the rest of the team kind of played facilitation for them, but they were just putting in work. So to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if either of them got POM. Delight, obviously a decent mention as well, but he's a support player, so we all know supports don't get POM. They do get cool fan signs though.
And they get some votes occasionally from based Valve analysts on the space.
Yeah. That's why they take your vote away, by the way. Because you voted for support. They're going to do that to me too.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I crossed some kind of line there.
I mean, Delight had a great rel game, and this is just classic Delight rel. But I think there was some oversteps.
Yeah.
A certain big dog, maybe a little bit too
He was
deep.
just having fun.
Hey, I mean,
he's like, win or lose, I don't know. I got to fight them.
I never said it wasn't okay. It was, you know, it was a little bit, it was fun to watch, a little bit hypey. But I think we can definitely all agree it was a bit too far.
This was the moment the game ended.
Yeah, Yukal just, especially when he has so much gold, just overstepping there, kind of gave over a lot. This was another point where, you know, if the game wasn't already over, it was definitely over.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think definitely K1 DRX still struggling against the top team. There were some okay moments, right, for them, but I think it's just clear that getting a win of HLE, I think the gap's a bit too big right now.
Yeah, I mean, HLE is #2 team in the league for a good reason. They're beating tons of strong teams as well. They do have KT next week. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be the match of the week that everybody's looking forward to. And that's also both the team's last match of round 1. So we'll really decide. As we got a laugh there at the end, I didn't quite hear what they said in the comms as I was talking about KT versus HLE.
Wow. Thanks, Brendan.
Just not focused, you know.
You need to lock in.
Lock in, Valdez. Oh, man. I'm curious who you voted for.
Yeah?
I wasn't able to get a read, although it didn't seem like it was Delight.
I was hiding it from you.
Yeah.
Maybe I
think you voted for Zeus. Like, if
maybe I
know your
turned it
voting
upside
pattern.
down. You think I voted for Zeus?
Oh, Delight. He does pick it up.
Win? That's pretty cool.
There you go. Justice for supports, and that's his second one.
There's one problem though.
His second one this week, I think, as well.
Delight won this. I didn't vote for Delight. So everyone's gonna be like, I'm a fraud, Justice for support.
You only vote for them when it's like the hipster vote, and you're like, oh
no,
no,
that's
like...
not true. That's not true.
He really deserved it this time.
He did. Delight really deserved it this time. I just, you know, I was torn. I went for everyone in a different direction.
Yeah.
I'm really glad he got it. He had a pop-off series, so
maybe if you voted for Guma, it's kind of salvageable because like they're kind of a lane together and they did well together.
If I didn't,
who did you vote for? I know it wasn't Kanavi, and I don't think Zeka really.
It was this.
Yeah, it was this.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Bit of a lane gap, but I think those were the three I figured would get votes. You know, I was kind of deciding between them.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Delight was setting up a lot of plays, and the rel, I mean, his rel was just super impactful. I think sometimes, like I talked about earlier, we've seen a lot more range supports from him, but he can still just whip out the classics and just win games on the back of them.
His Nautilus against Nongshim, his Bard in general, nowadays looking really good. The rel here, which he's pulled out more than once. I mean, he's one of the more interesting supports in the league because we do see a lot of just like, I'm playing Karma, I'm playing Lulu. Guys, we are done here on the desk for now. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Delight on the side of Hana Life Esports. With today's win, you're on a 6 winning streak, securing 7 total wins for Hanwha. How do you feel? We struggled a little bit during the early games, but we overcame it, and it eventually became a clean 2-0, which feels great. And you have received 2 POMs in a row. How does that feel? Yeah, getting back-to-back POMs feels amazing. Actually, HLE is on a 15 winning streak against Kium DRX, so what are your thoughts on the matchup? Honestly, we weren't too conscious of that. But I think whoever our opponent is, we always have to win against them, so it is quite meaningless. And in game 1, we got a Caitlyn and Vayne from you, which was a 280 carry comp. So what was your strategy here? I think we were just trying to go down the list, and Zeus wanted to go with a pick that he thought would be a good, viable pick. And then I think it did play out as intended. And in game 2, Enemy went with the menacing Jin Karma combo. And you guys locked in with a Misfortune and Roll, and it's known to be a pretty tough matchup for you. So what was your approach with these picks? I think our bot lane is really good with just kind of stalling the game and also being able to play aggressively. And I think we just carried out our role as well as we could. And you won lane and even went to top to dive. So what do you think? What are your thoughts on the matchup itself? In the laning phase, I mean, I think we just get bullied out all game. But, you know, I think we were supposed to call our jungler, which was a little regretful for us. And in game 2, we got a charismatic scene of you shot calling. You said, "We need to back off here, please don't overdo it." So who was being so aggressive? I think everyone was playing too aggressively and going in too hard, so I just wanted them to calm down, to relax, to focus on the game. And congratulations to Light on the 4,500 all-time LCK assist. And it took about 5 years since your debut. How do you feel? You know, at the time of my debut, it just felt like every milestone was being hit pretty fast, and it was piling up more. And then I think it just kind of died down, and I hit a little bit of a plateau. I felt like it's not really going that fast anymore. I haven't been able to achieve a lot lately, but you know, it just feels amazing that I have received and played for this long, and I want to keep it up. And Hara is on a 6-match winning streak, right behind KT, the undefeated first place. So how do you expect it to unfold? They're doing really well. I feel like the win really is up to the bot lane for this matchup. And what is your mindset for the KT match? You know, we're just gonna make sure that we win no matter what. And that is all from Delight, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Yeah, as it is a clean 2-0. Nothing to see here. Hanwha Life Esports, they take care of their end of the business and set up that huge matchup. Hanwha Life Esports, KT to kick off next week. It was a good attempt by Kium DRX. They did find angles in game 1. In game 2, more of the aggressive style that we're used to. So I feel like we learned a lot more about Hanwha Life Esports than we did about Kium.
2 different play style before we get into the KT HLE matchup. So that means we're gonna have a banger series on that one. And I think it was really great to see how HLE can adapt to like different kind of speed in terms of the game. So they could actually just slow roll and just play for the safe moment, or you can just go fully aggressive, just like game 2. It was not really like the moment where HLE was stomping just like before, but anyways, at the end, they could just finish the game earlier.
I mean, I'm kind of in two minds of this because on one hand, I feel like Hanwha Life Esports, I was leaning towards KT, but this slower game that we saw in game one makes me feel like there's a little bit more to this team. But also, it wasn't that clean, and it didn't feel that, like, I guess, finalized yet the way they wanted to do it. It was a little bit experimental. So I want to say, yes, they can play slow, but it's QM DRX who've been having a rough season that they beat, and it was kind of a, you know, a game that I didn't feel like Hanwha was winning the way with the decisive plays that we've seen in the past, so it felt uncomfortable, let's say, to watch them play this. And I think the big thing that everyone's wondering right now is the stylistic differences. Will KT's more slow, punishing style actually counter Hanwha Life Esports, or will they just be outpaced by them? And that's what makes that upcoming matchup next week so exciting.
Yeah, let's take a look at the comments here as it was Justice for Supports reigning supreme.
Woo!
And look at that traitor in the EN cast spot. That's right. He voted not support in an opportunity to get support. Also, Media and Soup and Tijic in one mind. Who could have thought? No one else voted for bot. 3 votes for the Super Soldier. And that one vote for Vayne top. Which I think is a good vote.
Obviously, Ox doesn't play top lane. Like, he's on the bottom part of the map. He's very far away from that, so he doesn't fully understand the pain of playing against Vayne in the top lane.
I mean, also, he kind of gapped him on the top lane with the Gnar as well, even though he couldn't really get the solo kill, but I think I could see like a 60 TS difference in the mid game, so I think he deserves a vote.
Everyone got a vote.
Oh, yeah.
That's. I mean, Ox maybe was just trying to give everyone a chance.
Except Kanavi. Kanavi didn't get a vote.
Yeah, well, that was unfortunately not allowed.
And I voted for Delight. I mean, he attack, but he protect as well. And I could see it from the game too, especially from his rel. He engages. He gets denied by Poppy here, but that's not the point. Look at him, like blocking all the Jhin ultis here. Like Bob and Bob. Like during the fight, it's actually really like complicated because you have to like kind of line up with the damage dealers. And here is the moment where you have to like shout out to Delight. He blocks the GW in the middle of the fight, and then he's gonna run out. Holy moly! If I'm Guma Yushi,
watch it.
Oh man! If I'm Guma, I'm falling in love. On that moment.
Wadid in Love. That's also the name of Wadid's charity, in case you wanted to check that out. Wadid has his own charity. He is a charitable man. Time for a free comment by...
If I had to classify what type of soldier Zeka is, I think I would probably call him a super soldier. Because of his performances that we've seen from him so far. I wouldn't say like sturdy soldier or significant soldier or sloppy soldier. Of course not.
Oh no, definitely not. We did learn that this is alliteration that he is using. Also, bad comment, great delivery, saved the pump.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta try something. I didn't have a good idea today. I was kind of out of ideas, if I'm honest with you guys.
That's okay.
I wanted to make a super soldier pun, but I didn't know if it translate well into the Korean stream.
Yes. Yeah, we have to translate it to the Korean side, and that could be dangerous. Lane Kingdom for Zeus, which is true.
True.
The Vayne was just brutal.
And also Gnar.
The Gnar was brutal.
There's
he was
no
also
counterplay.
Rich, which is brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Sorry, Rich.
Don't go too far, Dion.
No, don't go too deep, bro. We're on the Korean side.
Come on.
My bad.
He's trying his best. Joker said they're trying to keep their mental health in check.
My bad, Rich.
Excuse me, Delight. Can you pull the trigger for me?
That one comes off a little intense.
I mean, he's gonna pull the trigger whenever they want, and like all you need to say is just go and Delight.
Yeah, maybe if Helios is like trying to decide if he wants to get like he's getting a new phone. He's like, do I want the gray one or the black one? He needs Delight to just like flash on top of the gray phone and like grab it, and the guy behind the counter.
And whichever one survives is the one I'm using.
The guy behind the counter is like, wait, hold on, you have to pay for that. Delight like blocks him. He blocks him a second time, and Helios just gets out with the phone for free.
All right, that was okay.
That's what he has in mind, I think, with that one, right?
I think so. Please don't Delight to me. There's some Hangul there if one of you guys wants to. I mean.
Oh, I can't translate. So, don't make me crazy in Korean. it sounds like
Delight.
Delight's real name.
Oh.
So Delight real name is Hwanjung. Hwanjang is you're making me crazy.
Okay.
Right? So it's like sounds similar.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. If they wrote his name out, I might have been able to suss that out. But
What I love about this is that we are letting you all know at home how it works, right? Well, this one says, please don't delight me. This one is done by production doing their best to make the pun in Korean make sense. So shout outs to our newest member of the broadcast team, Sunbi, making that one happen. As Pony goes with, how about a fan meeting event where fans get flipped by delight? I like that would do well.
Yes.
I think that would do well. Pony is coming up.
We need that.
With the entrepreneurial mindset lately.
Like experience the Delight rel in real life.
yeah, but please
Like
do it safely.
Worry Wolf. There's the Worry
Also,
He's a
Wolf.
true dad. He's a true dad.
They have to
you know?
sign a waiver or
Waiver Wolf.
I also
That's
just want to say
alliteration
one
too.
more. Was that our last comment?
Yeah.
I think so. Okay. I just wanted to say something.
No, we have
one more.
Sorry,
Okay, I'll wait for Umpty.
Support who goes for the Nexus deserves the palm. Okay, can we count how many, like, maybe he's going for, like, haiku?
Umpty's over
You know,
our heads
how many-
sometimes, I think.
Yeah.
I think we're just not ready for Umpty's palm.
He's like so straight. Sometimes like everyone goes like so like go around on the comment. So we have like so
Sometimes
comments, but he goes straight.
He goes straight there. He's like, I think these players really wanted to win the game. I think. Like, yes, I think so. I was just gonna say one thing, and I think it's really important everybody keeps this in mind. I said something on the broadcast earlier today about Delight and Helios, and I just want to say I do not condone shoplifting, and it was a very funny joke that I made, but just do not actually steal phones and flash on top of the counter and block the shopkeeper from chasing you. Just I had to say, I feel like I had to do a legal defense there.
What, you didn't do the legal defense for flipping people and, you know, the signing waivers.
Well, that's why I said actually make sure that, you know, you actually get permission from your legal guardian before you go to that fan meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the warning there, Wolf.
I'm trying to be Chronicler's got the law thing going. We have a little bit of a gap here, so I'm trying to like at least
fill in the gap.
Tell you the common sense things.
It's Wolf showing his range here. Range Wolf doesn't work out because they're not the same letter, even though it's kind of close. All right, let's take a look at the standings after that last series, as it was Hanwha Life Esports getting the victory over Kiwoom DRX. Kiwoom DRX hold 8th position, still only a couple wins out of the Legend group, but not quite in the same trajectory as Hanwha Life.
Hanwha Life had to win 2-0 today to make it possible for them to pass KT, assuming we count the head-to-head win there in the first place spot at the end of round 1. That's usually only used for playoff tiebreakers. If they 2-0 KT, they'll both be at plus 12, and that will also be both of them at 7-1. So Hanwha Life Esports could actually dethrone KT if they win that match 2-0. And that's crazy to think about with how dominant KT was and how poor the start of both LCK Cup and then the season for Hanwha Life, where they looked really rocky. It's one of the biggest turnarounds for both these teams, honestly, that I think I can remember in the last 5 years of the LCK. Crazy stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. And also I think in terms of how they play around for the win is literally the same. They literally have 2 best top laners in the league, and now their bot laners are performing so much better than before. So it's really hard to predict who's gonna win. I think it really depends on the draft. I think KT, they are trying so many stuffs on stage and it's working out. And also HLE, we still don't know like how much they can pick on the bot side. Like I think this team is the only one who has like Misfortune Rel, this kind of combination on the bot side, and they're completely okay. So I feel like it's all down to the draft plan, and it's gonna be really hard to like consider who's gonna win that.
Well, we'll have that one for you the top of next week. However, our next matchup, it's the LCK Roadshow T1 versus Hanjin Brion in front of those fans over at Inspired. The big red lights are going to be cheering on the squad, and Hanjin Brion are going to need all the help they can get.
Diego, you probably know the answer to this.
Yeah.
Is this the first Broad show? Is it the first time they go to a road show?
Is it?
I believe this is the first Broad show.
Yeah, we got confirmation. So this will be fun for them. I think there's a lot of an intense atmosphere at these types of things, obviously, because it's a T1 event. They're going to have the majority of the fans.
They're going to have to play in front of like so many crowds. They're playing in Incheon Inspire Arena, right?
Yep.
And there are some players who can perform so much better on a big stage. I've been seeing so many people, players, like they're not really good on like several like crowds, but they're performing so much better on the big stage. So what about bros?
I will
Do they
say
have some vibes?
I think you are correct. There are some players that perform well on the big stage.
Yeah.
And I know 5 of them are on T1 because they have performed on the big stage and won international events. That is what I'll say. Time for the main event
yes.
tomorrow.
Accurate analyze.
As the Giga Chads will do their best in there.
I was expecting someone.
Wait, hold on. Who did you predict?
I predicted T1.
Oh my god.
My bro pick was against D plus Kia. And it was close in game 1. It was not close in game 2. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. That's why they play a game on behalf of everyone here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the Road Show and then D plus Kia versus the DN Automotive Supers. Bye-bye.
자, 오늘 준비된 경기는 그 LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드 경기 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드로 펼쳐지는 매치.
한번 쭉쭉 달려봐야겠죠. 더 한진브리온의 경우는 경기력만 봤을 때 분명히 더 승리를 했어도 아닌 생각도 많았거든요. 그러니까 정말 이렇게 혼란스러운 시기에도 1승 1승이 그만큼 더 간절해지는 거잖아요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against us. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stars.